are fixing this continent. This thing of you guys moving from one country to the other, it's no longer working. We don't want this as African people anymore. We are tired of seeing African migrants moving all over the world, refusing to fix your own countries. Now we're making it very clear to you guys, Utitina, we don't want you here. We want you to fix your countries. Now you came here with a traveling document. You came with a passport. You know that you are a visitor, but now you decided to come and integrate in our communities. You know very well that what you have done is wrong.
How many children do you have here?
We can come to Ghana and do what you're doing.
AP passport.
Eh? Now you are carrying a bucket. It's 11 a.m. You are supposed to be fighting the government of Ghana there to ensure that they are getting things right.
No, there's no fight in Ghana. You must fight once a day.
Where's your papers?
This is just a fraction of the latest xenophobic attacks on foreigners, some African nationals living in South Africa, specifically Durban. And that's where we've seen records of a number of these cases of attacks on African nationals living there. This has become a perennial affair since 2008, the last time or the first time an attack of this nature was recorded. These people who are behind it have been growing in confidence and they have been expanding in influence. And that's why this is a major issue, because since 2008, we've had a number of Ghanaians involved or being victims of this particular xenophobic attacks. Well, there appears to be some official condemnation of it, because yesterday the president of South Africa spoke about this, condemning this, and then also the South African police. This has been consistent. Every year they do this. But every other year, the confidence among these persons who perpetrate this crime continues to increase. So what has to be done differently, beyond the talk, beyond the apology? The Foreign Affairs Minister, Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa, was very strong in his words a couple of days ago in condemning this. But then there have been calls for not just Ghana to fight this alone, but join hands and strengths with other African countries whose citizens have been victims of this particular xenophobic attacks. Well, we will have a conversation this morning on this particular issue, and then also the matters related to what happens next after the United Nations granted this reparations. And indeed, historic diplomacy victory for Ghana exactly a month ago on March 25th. What happens next? The Foreign Affairs Minister, Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa, is my guest later this morning. He's going to be joining us. We'll have an expansive conversation. You see, the lady we showed on the screen, that's Jacinta Zuma. She leads this group of locals who are going around. This is her. She spoke to us exclusively yesterday. Okay, when we advertised that we're going to have this conversation, some persons connected to her reached out to us. And we had a conversation with her. She's actually justifying what they did. The gentleman you see there is a Ghanaian. We'll have a conversation on this matter this morning. Stay with us here on The Key Point. Also, later today, some 12 civil society organizations have joined hands and strength together to join and support the Office of the Special Prosecutor in this case, questioning the constitutionality of this particular office at the Supreme Court. We'll be telling you because this week, at least 2 cases have had to either be adjourned or put on hold because the lawyers for the accused persons standing trial in these cases have referenced the High Court's ruling regarding the prosecutorial powers of the Office of Special Prosecutor. So they are awaiting the outcome of the Supreme Court regarding this case, Noah Adamte's case. So we would have a conversation this morning as to how this will play out, especially taking into consideration the fact that it is the office that is under scrutiny now in terms of its prosecutorial powers, not the person. The Constitutional Review Committee made recommendations as to what can be done to address this situation, which we all knew. In fact, the members of Parliament knew from the get-go when they were having a debate on setting up this particular office. Well, one individual who's a member of Parliament and Majority Chief Whip attempted to, together with the Majority Leader, get a bill that would have dealt with this office in its entirety. The President appealed to them and they stepped down. He will be joining us. Nelson Rox and Dr. Mekbo will have Kofi Bentil and Martin Pebu, of course, and then also Richard Ahiagba and Mariada will all be joining us for the next part of the conversation. But this morning, the economy has seen appreciable improvement, at least in terms of the macroeconomic indicators and how it has trickled down to the real sector of the economy, right from at least from March 2025, when we saw the improvement in the one indicator, which is the currency. Consistently, the cedi has improved in its strength and performance against the major trading currencies. And we have seen that serve as some cushioning of strength with what is happening now on the international market regarding this geopolitics and the conflict between the United States, Iran, and Israel. It is the currency that is a major differentiator in ensuring that we do not bear the full brunt of this impact in the fuel prices at the pumps. The Bank of Ghana has to answer the question of what happens next. What's the outlook for the year 2026? How do we sustain these gains in the year 2026? That's going to be our conversation right now. But before I welcome my guests, Professor Ebo Texan, to join me right now, let's hear from the Governor of the Central Bank, Dr. Johnson Eshema, who spoke earlier and gave an indication of the kind of thinking that goes on at the Central Bank and given an outlook for the year 2026 with respect to policy interventions and sustaining the gains that we have made. Take a look.
Our decisions are data-driven and forward-looking. We do not respond to pressure. We do not respond to speculation, and we do not respond to sentiments. We respond to evidence. We respond to risks. And we respond to the medium-term outlook for price and financial stability. Second, we prioritize stability over speed. In rebuilding credibility and restoring order, quick fixes in many cases are really durable. Our focus has been on policies that can be sustained even when they are uncomfortable in the short term. Third, we operate an institution not as individuals. Central banking is collective. It is disciplined work, and decisions are taken through established frameworks, informed by analysis, debates, and yes, we do have lots of debates in-house, as well as professional judgment. These principles, their benefits are really immediate, what we call policy lags. We respond to the medium-term outlook for price and financial stability. Second, we prioritize stability over speed. In rebuilding credibility and restoring order, quick fixes in many cases are really durable. Our focus has been on policies that can be sustained even when they are uncomfortable in the short term. Third, we operate an institution not as individuals. Central banking is collective. It is disciplined work.
What of the governor of the central bank there, talking about the kind of thinking that goes on, and then also the response that they give, not to emotions or speculations, but to evidence and to facts. This is the outlook, at least in terms of the indicators right from 2024. Inflation of 23.8%, far above the target within that particular year. And then we saw the lending rates as 30%. That was a conservative percentage that we're looking at. But fast forward, a number of things have happened, and we're going to put that on the screen right now. And we're still looking at how the situation was, or the picture was, for getting into the last quarter of 2024. The economy was emerging from one of the most challenging periods that we saw. One, at least the gross international reserves, that was about 4 months of import cover at the time. We'll be finding out what the situation is now when it comes to gross international reserves and the plan to increase gross international reserves this morning. So stay with us. And then also the matter of public debt. Public debt was a little over almost 62%, as we saw into the end of 2024. And then fiscal deficit was a big issue as well. And in fact, going forward, we saw what the central bank itself did, the impact that this had on the central bank. And this was a big conversation here on Key Point about the haircut that it had to take. In fact, to the extent that the central bank at some point needed some bailout in itself. I mean, thinking about the lender of last resort needing a bailout to survive. That was a big issue. Then we also had to take haircuts with this mark-to-market valuation as a people. That also affected investor confidence. And now we've seen the improvement over time, consistently with short-term dated instruments being oversubscribed. And that's why I give the confidence to government to issue these 7-year bonds. Then excess liquidity as well, which weakened the policy transmission. Now, this excess liquidity, the Bank of Ghana over the period has decided to now mop up excess liquidity. We understand the cost to it because it's not for free, even though it is supposed to solve a problem. Just last week, there was a report of some millions of Ghana cedis being mopped up, the excess liquidity that's been mopped up. Exactly what impact does it have? And what is the thinking going forward? The Bank of Ghana intervened in the forex market in the year 2025, almost $10 billion. We understand that this year, there's some $1 billion that has been earmarked. How is it going to be in terms of ensuring that other sectors of the economy is improved to sustain the gains that the city has made? Those who have raised concerns about the rapid rise in the strength and also the impact of the cedi against the major trading currency are talking about the other sectors of the economy to improve, to sustain the gains that the cedi has made. We'll have a conversation this morning. What the thinking of the central bank is. 2025, we ended the year with 5.4% inflation rate. Inflation has reduced consistently over time till this moment that we're talking about, that's 3%. Debt, public debt at least, stands at 45.3%. Last week, we heard from the IMF projecting that we would exceed 50% in terms of debt to GDP. What is the central bank doing or thinking to ensure that we're in a good place at the end of the year? And that's why I have with me in studio Professor Ebo Texin is an associate professor of economics at the University of Ghana, one-time lecturer of mine, and an external member of the Monetary Policy Committee of the Bank of Ghana. He's a chief economist of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Policy Network, and many other things that he's done in contributing to the development of this country. Prof, good morning.
Good morning, Alfred.
It's good to see you. It's been a while.
Yes. Good morning.
Thank you for making the time to join us this morning. First off, I mean, I just ran through the picture of what existed in 2024, 2025, how we ended the economy with, and then what the situation is, at least at the end of the first quarter of this year. But 2025 was both a challenging one and one of a turnaround for you. But it didn't come for free. It was quite costly, is it not?
Of course, I mean, economic policies that are pursued to the benefit of the country come at a cost. And so we need to, when we discuss the improvements in the macro indicators, also need to talk about at what cost has it come to the nation. And so we should always have a discussion relative to the benefits and the cost. I mean, because whoever pursues the economic policy does so with some cost. And for the central bank, if you let me put on record, I'm not speaking here for the central bank. Right. I'm an economist. I do work in that area. Fortunately, I was asked to join the MPC and
the Monetary Policy
Committee as an external member. So I have some experience with the monetary policy, but I speak here as an academic and as an economist. So I'm not here to communicate for the central bank. They have their own communication network. I mean, but the point I was making was that every economic policy comes at a cost. You can't do economic policy and not incur a cost. Now, if you look at the central bank's mandate, their primary mandate is to ensure price stability. And price stability, at times, the policy interventions that have to be pursued to maintain that stability comes at a cost. But of course, the bigger cost of inflation is something that every economy has to grapple with. The central banks, almost all central banks globally, has price stability as the main mandate. I mean, even though others have dual mandates, but price stability is always the case. Because when inflation is high, it distorts everything in the economy. Absolutely. Consumers are worse off, businesses cannot plan, the economy itself is not stable. And when the economy is not stable, you cannot attract direct investment, foreign direct investment, to generate the jobs that you need for an economy that has quite a substantial number of young men and women who need jobs. And so one thing that the Central Bank of Ghana has done ever since I joined was to try as much as possible. And for the records, I joined at a time when Ghana was at its peak in terms of the turbulence in 2022. Right. I think somewhere in May 2022. And at that time, we know what was happening in the economy. I mean, for instance, inflation by end of 2022 had peaked to 54%, and quite high. And interest rates were above 30%.
I see. So what if you say you joined, that's as the external member of the Monetary Policy Committee. So right from 2022 to now, so you've lived through the period of the crisis situation.
Yes.
And the recovery period.
Precisely.
Okay.
Precisely.
Right.
So I have some experiences that I was part of the monetary policy decisions. Some of the time, the decisions were very difficult decisions that we had to make, given the data. And everything the central bank does is data-driven. Given the data and the presentations that are made by staff to the Monetary Policy Committee members, when we have to make a decision. And at times, the decisions were very difficult, but we had a clear focus of maintaining price stability. So if you look at what has happened over time, up to now, we've tried as much as possible to use the monetary policy rates, transmit to the market, and also to assure economic agents that we are the front of fighting inflation that was there. And you know, the inflation was a lot of other factors that had happened over time.
Over 50% inflation rate at some point that way. But you've been pursuing this inflation targeting policy for the period that you referenced to now. But then again, there was that concern of the nexus between that policy and what was actually happening on the market. So what was different then and what's different now that we're seeing a direct impact of this policy on the market?
Yes. So remember the COVID happened. The government made some interventions. Fiscal spending went out of the roof. And therefore, it transmitted to a high inflation environment because there was a lot that was pumped into the economy.
Right.
And so it generated that high inflation environment. And so when inflation hit 54 and thereabouts, the central bank at that time was trying to get a hands on. Then we also had the Russia-Ukraine war that came with its own dynamics. But what has happened, especially relative to 2025 from 2024, has been the fact that we've been able to stabilize the city, which is very important.
True.
And over the years since 2022, the central bank has conducted open market operations to take out the excess liquidity in the system, right? And that has come at a good time when the city was also being stabilized. I mean, if you look at 2023, 2024, we had a depreciation of almost 19% every year.
Yes.
And then with that fast depreciation in 2025, because of some of the efforts at reforming the foreign exchange market, and also the fact that Ghana was going through a domestic gold purchase program that was allowing the central bank to also build part of its reserves in gold and improving its reserve buffers, the signal to the market, the foreign exchange market, saw a situation where the currency began to appreciate. But the appreciation of the currency, its impact on inflation was going to decline because there's imported inflation because we depend on imported goods. And so the stability of the cedi in 2025 was a game changer that ensured that while the central bank was committed to its open market operations, the exchange rate stability, the fiscal policy reforms in 2025, right, and the gold purchase program delivered the stability that we needed in an environment where monetary policy was going to be able to tone down inflation expectations. And therefore, once inflation began to decline, don't forget that food prices also declined because of the good harvest. And once food inflation was declining, and non-food inflation was declining, and our policy was having its desired impact, we saw inflation beginning to decline. I mean, we knew it was somewhere above 23%, December 2024, but then it gradually began to decline. And for 15 months, inflation has declined as a result of the central bank's policy intervention to take off liquidity of the market and also other enabling factors like the stability in the exchange rates, the appreciation, the building of reserve buffers. That was sending a signal to the market that.
So what's the current gross international reserve? Because
the gross international reserve currently is about almost 6 months of import cover from the 2.7 that we were somewhere in the earlier periods, and that's about 14.5 billion.
So what this means is that if we are shut out of the world, we can survive with what we have for 6 months.
Yes, 6 months, coming from 2.7 months, some time passed during the crisis period. And when the reserve buffers are that comfortable, I mean, you know, the standard for for most countries, the standard threshold is to obtain at least 3 months of import cover. So to have almost 6 months of import cover is something that is relatively something that we need to talk about.
And this ties into what the finance ministry intends to do and together with you, to improve.
With the central bank, not me.
No, I mean, sorry, I'm talking about the central bank. I mean, in this instance, okay, with the central bank.
Precisely.
To improve on the reserves of 8 months with the gun wrap.
Yes.
And then by end of 2028, 15 months.
Yes.
From where you sit as an academic, is it possible?
It's possible, but you see, we need to get to a point where the stability that we have maintained as of now is resilient, because the global economic shocks will always come in.
True.
I mean, by the beginning of 2026, we didn't foresee this war in the Middle East. I mean, and therefore, if we had projections, for instance, in the government budget framework, the price of oil imports was almost $72 or $75, but now it's almost 100. So you see that we never foresaw that happening, but the war happened. And so when you have enough reserve buffers, you are able to absorb the shock that comes from the external sector.
Sure.
And you could see that now Ghana has gotten to the point that even with this increase in oil prices, the exchange rate is relatively stable. There's enough, forex in the market for the banks to give out. Businesses are not holding forex. So that confidence in the stability is also playing a part in the transmission of the higher oil prices to the domestic market, apart from the government deciding that it was going to reduce the marginals with respect to oil pricing.
With the interventions that we saw.
Yeah, but you see the stability in the economy, right, that has been as a result of the tight monetary policy stance and the fiscal reforms that have come on board is what has built that resilience now. In the past, we would have seen an increase in oil prices, would have seen some inflationary impact.
But Ghana cannot afford a dual commodity shock, is it not? Because we saw what happened last year with cocoa, and it's the situation hasn't improved as yet as we speak. And then we have some projections as well for gold, because gold saw an appreciable rise in its price on the world market, an ounce of gold on the world market, considerably for the year 2025. That's how come we raked in so much revenue. In fact, the anchor of our rebound in 2025 was on the revenues that we got from the export of gold, is it not?
Yes, precisely.
Now we've seen the price of gold, at least for the last 2-3 months, reduce a bit, tumble a bit, and that created some concerns. It's not one that we can afford to take, is it? The shock, the dual shock, if this gold situation continues, and what happened to cocoa as well.
We shouldn't expect the gold situation to continue because, I mean, in the midst of global war, I mean, in the Middle East, so it becomes global because it affects everyone. I mean, investors move into safe havens, and gold is a safe haven. So we should expect the gold prices to decline relatively soon. What is important is the fact that the war and the oil prices will have an impact on our balance of trade because our imports of oil would increase. The good thing that is happening is that the gold prices have not dropped significantly for us to have that dual impact on the balance of trade, right? And so gold prices are still relatively high, right? And therefore they will mitigate the impact of the increase in the oil prices in our imports, so that we should still see a balance of trade which is a surplus, right? Like we've seen in the past, and which in 2025 was at its peak.
Yes.
Right. So that dual impact is not visible now because gold prices are holding at a higher price, which is okay.
I see.
And we should expect that to fall anytime soon.
And it is because of this revenue we got from the export of gold, obviously through the collaboration between the Bank of Ghana and Gold Board.
Gold Board, yes, precisely.
That gave the Bank of Ghana enough liquidity to be able to play your role in the open market operations. I'm talking about the impact of your interventions on the forex market.
Yes.
So that in the year 2025, we saw a cumulative influence or impact of about 10 billion.
Yes.
Right? The Bank of Ghana intervened in the forex market with about $10 billion.
Yes.
That played a significant role in strengthening the city, right?
Precisely, yes.
How's the outlook like for 2026? Are you going to continue intervening in the forex market with this much money? Or, as the IMF recommended, that you should reduce your footprints in the forex market?
So, like I said, I'm not communicating for the bank. So,
from where you sit.
So from where I sit, I think that the central bank should continue with their good purchase program. I mean, we have always complained that our commodities do not help us. So if today gold is doing so well and is sustaining its price at a higher level, why shouldn't Ghana take advantage of it? I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. We should just make sure that we do not put so much of our assets in gold, so that in case the price begins to decline, we don't lose out. But it is important for us to go on with the gold purchase program because look, what the Gold Board is doing is trying to divert smuggled gold into our foreign exchange markets. Because previously, the gold was being smuggled to, the United Arab Emirates, right? Because they were offering better prices. The gold board intervention is giving those prizes to the smugglers, of course. I mean, they are not official smugglers, but what we've seen is that the gold export to the UAE has dropped. Because what Ghana records here in terms of the receipts from gold is way lower than what the UAE reports there as export that is received from Ghana, which means that majority of it was being smuggled. So that gap between the two reporting ends, as what we received in gold from UAE and what UAE says that it received in gold, is deemed to be smuggled. What the gold board intervention is doing is to get that smuggled gold back into our fold, because when it's smuggled, the export receipts do not come to the central bank. And so the gold board intervention is making sure that these export receipts will come to the central bank or to the economy for it to go onto the market to support the banking system and their supply of forex to importers and other businesses that need the forex for business. So it's important for us to discuss the benefits of that intervention.
True.
Because it came at a cost. Don't forget that gold board will buy from the the markets at the international market rates. The central bank, when it gets the gold from gold board, will have to report it at official rate, which is lower.
Yes.
And that transmits some losses. But the question is that
but the loss you're talking about, there was that's 240 million.
Precisely. But the benefits in the study that we did to the Ghanaian economy out of that intervention was more than 20-fold the cost. Because don't forget that at that time, we are projected that in 2025, the average exchange rate was going to be around 14.
Okay.
And then for the Ministry of Finance, in terms of paying government's debt, the exchange rate at 10.5, right, saved Ghana billions of interest payments. Because you pay it in dollars, but you use the CD to convert to dollars to pay.
The foreign component
Precisely.
Of our debt.
Precisely.
So then now that has led to a reduction in our public debt.
Precisely. And then the interest payments on that.
True. But then also there's a projection of our debt, the public debt increasing to over 50%.
Yes.
Debt to GDP.
Yes.
How does that influence the outlook for 2026? Quickly.
I mean, so that is why the building up of reserves is key. Because don't forget that these payments will leave the country in forex. And if we have enough buffers, that can help. So it doesn't have an impact on the exchange rate too much. Of course, but we suspended our debt repayment because of the debt restructuring.
Right.
So some of it is coming on board and we are going to be paying. But the important thing to note is that we have enough reserve buffers that would sustain that payment and ensure that it doesn't come at a cost to the exchange rate. Because you see, when the exchange rate depreciates so fast, it causes inflation, increases the interest payments of government, it affects the fiscal expenditure, it affects the deficits. The deficit will then go on to lead the government to borrow more, increase the debt, and then gets to those unsustainable levels that we're in as at 2022, that has dropped down to almost 45% now. So at 50%, don't forget that the threshold of our debt restructuring was to get it around 50%.
Perfect.
So if it's going to go at 50%, what we need to do is to make sure that we continue with the stabilization efforts. We need to ensure that the CD is stable. We need to ensure that inflation is low. And if we are able to do these two things, it will influence interest rates in the economy, private sector credit will grow, it will generate jobs, our GDP will grow. And once our GDP is growing faster than the level of inflation, the economy is way off.
But you see, the last point you made, and we're rounding it up, the access to credit for private sector. I saw the Bank of Ghana's own report last week.
Yes.
The credit advancement from the commercial banks, much of it is not going to the real sector.
Yeah.
The commercial banks are conveniently investing in instruments.
Yeah.
They are putting a lot of their money in instruments, as in investing in government instruments, treasury bills, and so on. How can this be addressed, especially because the real sector needs the money. The private sector needs the money to invest, to expand, to influence, and to sustain the growth that we're talking about. Because your interventions obviously made a difference, but it is not enough. Right? So what should be done?
So the banks are reluctant to lend because of the high non-performing loans ratio. I mean, it used to be over 20%, almost 22% some time past. It's dropped to almost 19% now. the important thing is that the banks will not lend if it's going to increase their NPLs. So they become reluctant. But the NPLs are also a function of the macroeconomy. And therefore, so when a businessman comes to borrow and the macroeconomy is not stable, it becomes difficult for the businessman to pay back. And it transforms into a non-performing loan.
Right.
Now, so that the stability that we are enjoying now, if you are able to preserve it, is going to lead the banks to begin to lend to businesses, because then the potential non-performing loans that can come out of that, the new credit that they give out will be lower. And therefore, they will begin to give credit out. Don't also forget that the open market operations that the central bank is doing at a cost, interest cost, it depends on the monetary policy rate.
Okay.
Now, once inflation is very low, you should expect the monetary policy rate to decline, which means that that attraction of the open, the instrument, the bulk bills that you say the commercial banks are attracted to would decline. And therefore, they will look at private sector credit to give out the credit. So the stability of the economy is very critical in the bank's portfolio in terms of the loans that they give out.
And finally, and the currency stability is key. It's an anchor to all what we're looking at. But we see the inflationary risk that this renewed conflict between Israel, that the United States and Iran presents to us. Already we're feeling the impact at the pumps. Okay. And so what should be the thinking? Is because you've talked about the 2026 outlook, but then we are not immune to external shocks that we don't have anything to do with. So how should that influence policy going forward quickly, finally, before we...
Okay, so we shouldn't be worried too much about the inflationary impact, because one, the margins on the fuel prices have been reduced to contain part of the shock. And inflation is very low at 3.2%. Our target is between 6 and 10%. I mean, so that if the war doesn't continue into the future and it ends, and oil prices decline to the pre-war levels, then we shouldn't expect a sustained increase in inflation.
You see the
rates.
conditional clause of if, because we don't have control over when the war will end.
Yes.
So since we don't have control over it, we should have maximum control over what we can control.
Precisely.
Right.
So if we are doing inflation target, and our inflation targeting is between 6 and 10%, at 3.2, it gives us some enough policy space. So even if we go within the band, we are still within the inflation targeting band, which is key. So we still have some policy space that will allow some inflation to come in, which will come in anyway, because once the global oil price keep on going up, it will transmit to fuel prices. That shouldn't take us out of the band.
Right.
Of between 6 and 10%.
Okay.
And therefore, it will allow monetary policy to be a little bit loose for private sector credit and then for growth to go on. But we are clearly focused on maintaining that price stability. And therefore, our focus within that band is quite clear, and would, as a member of the committee, we would, I'm not speaking for the committee, but we would ensure,
as an external member,
yes, give an assurance to the public, both confidence, the consumers and then the businesses, that the inflation target will be maintained. In even the case of the oil prices sustaining themselves at a higher price, we will still continue to make sure that inflation falls within the band. So business should rest assured that they shouldn't have worries about inflation going above the band.
The assurance is that inflation target will be maintained.
It will maintain, yes.
Even definitely. With this.
Precisely.
Thank you. Professor Abel Texan, Associate Professor of Economics, external member of the Monetary Policy Committee of the Bank of Ghana, and also a chief economist at the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Policy Network. Prof, it's always good to have you. Thank you. Thank you so much for talking to us. This is just the beginning of, next time you come, we'll have to have a bigger, expansive conversation about the economy and other matters related to it. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Professor Abel Texan. This is Key Point. We'll be back shortly after this quick break. Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa is the Foreign Affairs Minister. He is taking his seat right now. After this quick break, we'll have a conversation. Stay with us.
In amazing performances, 5 incredible stars have made it to the grand finale of Talented Kids Season 17. Queen Dessa, the little queen with the golden voice that melts hearts every time she sings.
Now that I escape, sleep, walk her away. Those who can relate, no.
DJ Zen, the young master of the turntables, bringing beats that make everyone move and groove.
How many times did they write to me?
So what?
Energy.
To Alicia, a powerful young voice using beautiful words to tell stories that touch our hearts.
The flash of mighty, the swing in my waist.
Eno the poet, bold, confident and full of wisdom, speaking truth and inspiration beyond these years.
But I still feel the weight of her absence.
Jasper Blue, full of energy and magic, lighten up the stage with jaw-dropping dance moves. These amazing kids have given it their all, and now it comes down to one unforgettable night. Join us at the National Theatre on April 26th at 3 p.m. Tickets are just 50 Ghana cedis, available at the TV3 premises. You can also vote by dialing *713*13# or download the MG Reality app to vote.
Talented Kids Season 17. Powered by Indomie. Tastes great.
Sponsored by Flora Tissues, Top Choco,
Gino Jollof Mix,
Didi Shito,
Fratelli Calipo,
Nero Prime Water.
Welcome back to Key Point on TV3. We're live on 3FM 92.7, also on TV3 Ghana on Facebook and on DSTV channel 279. We're all across the world on 3news.com. We're on the Voice of London radio in the heart of the City of London and Voice of London television as well, and on a number of radio stations across the country, on Kesmi 107.1 in Tamale, and a number of the radio stations across the country. And we're also live on 3 News on YouTube. And this is Key Point, as always, proudly brought to you by Bank of Africa. Activate your dormant account with Bank of Africa. Enjoy our refreshed products and services, including our enhanced SME support facility, US dollar debit card, and also US dollar credit card, and more. You may also update your account at any Bank of Africa branch with your Ghana card. Kindly reach our call center on 0302 429 333, 0302 429 333, or 0302 249 690, 0302 249 690, or chat with Fafa on www.boaghana.com for support or enquiries. Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner, and they are a partner for the Key Point. Our partner as well is GASEM. GASEM, the nation builder, giving us strong support as well on the Key Point. This week, we saw some disturbing videos on social media involving a Ghanaian national who was being harassed essentially by a group of individuals who say they are locals or some sort of a vigilante group going around to attack foreign nationals who they say don't have any rights to be in their country. The videos you are seeing there, viewer discretion advised. Some of it quite disturbing. You see them beating this. And this gentleman, we understand this particular gentleman in this video is a Ghanaian. Let's take a listen to the encounter between them.
All over the world, refusing to feed. We are fixing this continent. This thing of you guys moving from one country to the other, I it's no longer working. We don't want this as African people anymore. We are tired of seeing African migrants moving all over the world, refusing to fix your own countries. Now we're making it very clear to you guys, Utitina, we don't want you here. We want you to fix your countries. Now you came here with a traveling document, you came with a passport. You know that you are a visitor, but now you decided to come and integrate in our communities. You know very well that what you have done is wrong.
How many children do you have here?
We can come to Ghana and do what you're doing.
Passport.
Eh? Now you are carrying your baggage. It's 11 a.m. You are supposed to be fighting the government of Ghana there to ensure that they are getting things right.
No, there's no fight in Ghana. You must fight what they did.
Where's your papers?
Well, so that concerning and in fact quite heartbreaking experience that this young man had. We understand the earlier update and we got from the Foreign Affairs Minister, Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa, is that the gentleman in question is okay, he's safe. We'll find out what's happened to him now. And the lady you saw leading this group of vigilantes, that is Jacinta Zuma, that's her name. Yesterday, when we advertised that the Foreign Affairs Minister was going to join us, some persons close to her, were able to get through to us. In fact, we got an email. So we spoke to her. And she's been explaining why they did what they did. So I'll play that interview as we go on key points. So stay with us, right? Joining me in the studio is the Minister in charge of Foreign Affairs, Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa. He's the Minister and then also Member of Parliament for North Tongue, the people of the North Tongue constituency. Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa, good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, good morning, Alfred. Good to see you.
It's good to see you too. It's been long.
A very long time. And I'm always delighted to be back.
Doing the Lord's work, as you say.
For God and country.
How has it been over the period, at least from around the same time last year till now, serving in this particular capacity?
Well, first of all, let me extend very warm regards to the distinguished viewers of TV3 and to express how elated I am to have the opportunity to engage with Ghanaians this morning. It's been over a year of active service for God and country. We have been led so far by President John Dramani Mahama, who has tremendous goodwill, love, passion for service to Ghana. And his inspiration is infectious. So he guides all of us, he leads us, and you cannot help but really tap into that vision, that energy, that drive, that dynamism, and that clear love for the people that President Mahama leads. And I must say that the team that President Mahama put together, largely a young, dynamic team, we all have love for country. We are all driven. We want results. It's not about talk, it's not about optics, it's not about just going through the motions, but it is about delivery. It is about leaving a lasting legacy, making an impact, and making sure that wherever you are, you leave the place much, much better than you met it. And at the Foreign Ministry, I'm really humbled by what the good Lord has enabled us to achieve. We have done so many good things. We've made history in several regards, and all of us collectively, the Ghanaian people, staff, my colleagues at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we all have to be proud of what we have achieved. I know we'll be discussing the landmark.
Yes, in fact, that's actually going to be a next
UN resolution on the transatlantic enslavement. It is absolutely essential that we do not, for a second, even contemplate downplaying what that means to all people of African descent, for the entire, African race. And so we all have to be proud of what we have achieved. If you look at passport administration, we got to the ministry, there were 7 regions without passport application centers. You have to travel to Accra if you are in OT, if you are in the Upper East region, if you are in Western North, Bono, and other regions.
Okay.
We have now established passport application centers in all the 16 regions of Ghana. But most importantly, we have transitioned to chip embedded. We have introduced courier services. We've made the system more efficient. We've cleared a backlog of about 40,000 passports we met. And we don't have any backlog now. The system is very efficient. And the testimony is there for everybody to see. Many Ghanaians are impressed with the high level of professionalism, the efficiency. I mean, no longer do you need a middleman, a Goro boy, and do you have to pay exorbitant rates. And for the first time in our country's history, we've introduced a one-day passport delivery service.
So what?
For emergency. So if you need a passport in a day, you will get your passport in a day, the same day, no matter which part of Ghana you are. So really remarkable accomplishments. You look at what we have achieved with visa waivers.
In fact, when we advertised your coming, a number of people sent messages about the visa waivers. What informs? So Kwame Ampofo says, what informs the decision to waive visas to countries, and how many countries have retained that same gesture? Just quickly. And
very, very good question from Kwame, and I was just about to talk about visa waivers. So the rationale for vigorously pursuing visa waivers is to ensure that we are able, as a ministry and as a government, to enhance the value of the Ghanaian passport. Our passport must have real value, where if you are a holder of a Ghanaian passport, your respect in the Committee of Nations must be upheld, must be high. If you have a Ghanaian passport, you should not struggle to obtain visas or to travel freely to any part of the world. And that is the motivation. And if you look at what we have achieved so far, it's quite remarkable. We have now been able to add about 23 countries to the list of visa waiver countries that Ghanaian passport holders can go to. So overall, we now have 50 countries that Ghanaians can travel to without requiring visas. Now, it is important to also emphasize that in negotiating these agreements, we ensure that they are reciprocal agreements. We pursue reciprocity to the fullest. So it's not the case that it is lopsided or that we are being shortchanged. So to satisfy Kwame's inquiry, we make sure that this is reciprocal. So if, for example, the 3 countries that Cabinet approved only this week, Zambia, the Maldives, Antigua and Barbuda, these 3 countries, you notice from the agreement, which will soon go to Parliament for ratification under Article 75 of the Constitution, all the 3 categories of passports, ordinary passports, service passports, and official and diplomatic passports, are all covered. And it is the same for these countries, citizens in these countries. So Zambians, citizens of the Maldives, of Antigua and Barbuda, can also, holders of all those passports, can also visit our country visa-free. So what this is doing is that it is really enhancing our status in the Committee of Nations. It's adding a lot of value to our passports. And that's why our passports have become very, very, well sought after. And we've had to improve security. We've had to invest a lot in new technology, AI, and all of that to really protect the sanctity of our passports. Because you cannot also qualify for this visa waiver agreement if other sovereign countries realize that security is not impressive, that other nationals can easily, impersonate and acquire these passports. Because, when we talk about passports, it's about a security document, it's about making sure that the right people, enter your country. It has far-reaching national security implications. And so we are always working to enhance the security surrounding the processes of acquiring Ghanaian passports. And so it's been a lot of hard work. And I must say that the hard work is paying off. The results are clear. And within all our multilateral organizations, Ghana is celebrated. We are mentioned with a lot of esteem and pride. Remember that our President John Dramani Mahama, ECOWAS has passed a unanimous resolution. It was first the Council of Foreign Ministers all signing to a resolution that when it gets to West Africa's turn to chair the African Union, Ghana should go on a post. When I made the proposal, colleague foreign minister said, why not? We'll support you. And then heads of state of ECOWAS endorsed it. And so the authority of heads of state have all now signed. And President Mahama can be described as the AU chair in waiting.
He's the AU chair, yes. The African Union chairman in waiting.
In waiting. He will take over in February 2027, next year. He's now the first vice chair. So you can see that even amongst President Mahama's peers, that respect. And don't forget that the last time Ghana chaired the African Union was about 20 years ago, President J. Kufuor, and this will be the only second time in our history since the OAU was formed in 1963 that you're going to have a Ghanaian president lead it. So these are really exciting times for Ghana, and we all have to be proud about what we are achieving, how we are setting ourselves. And I must say that what gladdens my heart the most is how now the foreign ministry is going all out to defend Ghanaians, to protect the right, the dignity of Ghanaians anywhere they are. We have sent a very clear message to the international community that Ghanaians are untouchable, that Ghanaians' rights must be respected, and that the foreign ministry of Ghana, the Mahama administration, will not look the other way, will not be silent when Ghanaians are being abused, when Ghanaian rights are being violated, when Ghanaians are being harassed. And that is why I've traveled as far as Ukraine, for example, to negotiate the release of 2 prisoners of war being held by the Ukrainian authorities. These are young Ghanaians who were lured to fight on the front lines in Russia. I've gone as far as Latvia, to demand justice for the young Nana J, the student who was killed in very, very, horrendous circumstances. And we will continue. I mean, you remember what happened when Ghanaians were being maltreated in Israel. They are granted visas, they arrive, and they are just deported, treated, shabbishly, and in a very dehumanizing manner. We said we will not take it. So consistently, we are demonstrating that we will not compromise when it comes to protecting the rights of Ghanaians, ensuring that their dignity, their humanity is preserved. And that is what the foreign ministry exists to do. Every Ghanaian, everywhere, must have that confidence that when I am in harm's way, when I am in trouble, I will not be left alone. That my foreign ministry, my government, will stand up for me, will fight for me, will protect my interests, and will seek to preserve my rights. And that is a very, very clear message we are sending. That is a mandate we hold so dear, with very profound respect. And we are going to continue to ensure that Ghanaians everywhere are treated with the respect they deserve, just as we treat and we are famed, as you know, in Ghana for being hospitable, for being warm, and for treating foreigners, our guests who are here, with respect. We expect the same. We expect reciprocity.
When they country, and that leads me directly to what's happening in South Africa, and because you talk about Ghanaians being untouchable, that's a message you have sent. But then again, they must be identified in the country that they are Ghanaians to be given the kind of protection that you're talking about.
Absolutely.
And then also, they must be living in those countries legally.
Absolutely.
Right? So that's why I want us to separate the issues. But clearly with the video that has gone viral and what we just played, you hear this lady questioning the Ghanaian. By the way, how is he doing? You got in touch with him?
I can confirm to you that I am in constant touch with the Ghanaian. His name is Emmanuel Asamoah. I've spoken to him directly. And
the man in the video?
Yes, and I have good news to share with the good people of Ghana. The government of Ghana has decided that we will relocate him.
You relocate this,
yes, Emmanuel Asamoah, yes.
The gentleman in the viral video?
At full cost, we will take care of his relocation and resettlement out of South Africa. I will not at this point disclose where we will be relocating him to. But because of how viral the video is, this gentleman, and the fact that his identity has been exposed and he's been the subject of a lot of trolling and consistent, threats, we have taken the decision to relocate him and to have him reintegrated at another place. He's agreed. He's willing to cooperate with us, and we are going to do that.
I see.
But we continue to extend consular assistance to him. He's doing very well. He was really traumatized, as you can expect. I mean, these are vigilantes with no legal mandate, just pouncing on innocent immigrants and pursuing them in such really offensive manner, very dehumanizing manner. And let me state for the record that we have checked, and indeed it's been confirmed by South African authorities, that Mr. Emmanuel Asamoah is not an illegal.
So they're asking for documentation,
which he has
in that video,
yes,
for him to produce documents and so on. So that was another issue that came up, that if he was living there illegally, then the steps must be taken to regularize that situation. You're saying that you've checked, and this gentleman has legal status.
Yes, he's a legal resident, and that has been confirmed by authorities. Indeed, yesterday, the High Commissioner of Ghana to South Africa was invited to a meeting at the Vice President's office, the South African Vice President, and another apology was rendered, and that was confirmed that he's not an illegal migrant. He's law-abiding. He had broken no law, and the authorities reiterated the point they made in their statement that it is not for citizens to go around demanding legal documents or resident permits of other guests, other Africans living in South Africa, and that they should recognize that that is solely the mandate of the South African police.
But
I must commend the South African authorities for how they have responded. Since placing a direct call to the South African Foreign Minister, my good friend and brother, Foreign Minister Lamola, they have taken steps. They empathize, express regret, apologize, and promised investigations. They have since taken steps. Yesterday, the Ministry of Police in South Africa issued a formal statement to
which we have a copy of,
to condemn the xenophobic attacks and to assure us that everything will be done to protect our nationals in their country. And they deployed the xenophobia, which continues to be exhibited.
And that's why the concern is that every time when this happens, first, since 2008, we started tracking when this whole xenophobic attack started. Every time it happens, there's official apology and then official condemnation. But then every year it continues to happen. So the concern is that even though officialdom would acknowledge and apologize, and as has happened this time around again, they have reached out to the government of Ghana through you to apologize to us about what happened. That ends it. These people are not brought to book, arrested, to serve as a deterrent to others, so that if next year somebody is thinking about another xenophobic attack, the arrest and the kind of treatment given to such persons who take the law into their own hands will deter them. But beyond the apology and acknowledgement of wrong, not much is done. Would you agree? Is it not?
You make a very fair point, and I'm on all fours with you. And that's why when I summoned the Acting High Commissioner of South Africa to Ghana on Thursday, I made clear that Ghana demands swift investigations. The investigations they have promised, they have to be swift, and we demand sanctions to serve as adequate deterrence. Mm-hmm. We do not want a situation where these consistent xenophobic attacks continue with impunity, and our nationals and other Africans, continue to bear the brunt, become victims. You've seen the very depressing videos of physical assault, violence, people being attacked, some years ago, people were burnt, shops were looted. You now have a situation where even hospitals are raided. The sick are not even spared. No compassion, no humanity. If you are a South African in this hospital, you can stay, but all other Africans leave. Mm-hmm. And you see, when you listen to the lady, it's clear that she has no appreciation of history.
Look, in fact, even before we get into the history, let's take a listen to her.
Okay.
Because yesterday when we advertised that you were coming, let me just say this, that shortly, my guest, as I indicated earlier, will also be joining us. That's Richard Ahiagba, is the Director of Communications of the MPP. Kofi Bento is Vice President of Imani Africa. Nelson Ross Ndapamekpo is Majority Chief Whip MP for South Dike Constituency. Also, Martin Pebu will be joining us as well as we go on to have a bite on all of this conversation as we're having. But yesterday when we advertised that you were coming, we were able to get in touch with the lady in the video. That is Jacinta Zuma. Some persons around her said she wanted to explain why this group that she was leading, this vigilante group she was leading, did what they did, and why they questioned this Ghanaian, the gentleman Emmanuel Samoa in question. And this is the conversation that we had with her exclusively ahead of this morning's interview with you. Take a look.
Of countries as neighbors and as friends, we can't abuse each other to a point where we end up fighting each other for our own resources, because you as Ghanaians have your own country that has a responsibility to you to provide certain things. But if you need the help of South Africans, you can always ask them to come and assist here and there. That's perfectly acceptable, and we do the same. But it's unfair to expect that everyone can just walk into South Africa and start looking for jobs and doing crime and having businesses and breaking the laws when it comes to the restrictions on their visas, etc. And that is the cry that South Africans have, and that is the message that we wish that our neighboring countries could understand, that there's no hatred, there's no xenophobia. All we want is for our laws to be respected, because currently we've got millions of people that we don't know who they are. They come from all parts of Africa. I mean, our biggest problem is with Zimbabwe and Malawi, Mozambique, and Ethiopians and Somalians and Nigerians. Those are the ones that we've got the biggest problem with, and not forgetting those Pakistanis and Chinese now who are trying to set up shop. So those are the problems that we have. Unfortunately, when you're enforcing laws, you can't say, oh, you're one Ghanaian, and there's millions of Zimbabweans. Unfortunately, if we're saying it's the law, we have to enforce it with everyone. This is what I'm trying to explain to you, that is a narrative that is being pushed by the media. You can't say South Africans are attacking foreign nationals, whereas South Africans are defending themselves against foreign nationals. Currently, like I said, 60% of crimes committed in this country, serious crimes, and 65% of all organized crime is by foreign nationals. Does that sound like a statistics of people who are doing good things in the country, and the citizens of that country are expected to back and do anything? if we say or do anything, suddenly there's going to be claims that we're xenophobic. That is not fair, because we saw how Ghanaians, and we are actually proud of how you took to the streets and you were marching against Nigerians who are doing the exact same thing in your country as they.
So this is Jacinta Zuma, and this is her explanation to you, essentially, because this she got in touch with people around her because of the conversation. She's justifying or explaining why this happened. That she says we did something to Nigerians and so on, and the fact that we should fix the country and let people stay here to work. That's the explanation. You heard her for yourself. Now, what have you got to say on this?
Her ignorance and bigotry is most alarming. Look, first of all, when you listen to this lady, she clearly does not know that Ghana is hosting, currently as we speak, by official records, 3,194 South Africans who are living here. If you check our NIA data, the number of South Africans who have registered as non-Ghanaians to obtain the Ghana card, 3,194. 3,194 official statistics. So, to make the claim that if you travel out of your country, then you're probably out of your mind, you don't want to fix your country. Is she aware that there are over 1 million South Africans living outside South Africa? I mean, these are official statistics. And then this claim that you want to blame foreigners for crimes.
So 65%.
Crime should be handled as crime. Perpetrators should be punished. You don't distort it and use the unfortunate high crime in South Africa, which we all empathize with South Africans. I know many Ghanaians who have been victims of crime in South Africa. But you do not, because of bigotry, because of hatred, blame that on foreigners. But you see, this lady has to be taught some history. The Africans you are targeting today are the very people responsible for your liberation. It is us who came together, joined forces. Indeed, if you read Nelson Mandela's book, and I brought a copy here, Long Walk to Freedom, the Madiba, Nelson Mandela, who led the liberation struggle in South Africa against apartheid, acknowledges the role of Ghana and many other African countries in supporting the ANC. That led to the liberation of Jacinta and all of these people. And this is not how you show appreciation. Let me read from page 295 of Nelson Mandela's book, Long Walk to Freedom. When he traveled to Ethiopia to address the OAU in the early 60s, this is what he had to say about Ghana. He said, "In my address, I thanked the assembled nations for exerting pressure on South Africa, citing in particular Ghana, Nigeria, and Tanganyika." You know, Tanganyika is now Tanzania. Tanganyika and Zanzibar merged to now have modern-day Tanzania. Who spearheaded the successful drive to oust South Africa from the British Commonwealth. This is Nelson Mandela addressing African leaders and thanking Ghana, thanking Nigeria, thanking modern-day Tanzania for the lead role we played in liberating our brothers and sisters in South Africa. After this address, Nelson Mandela and Oliver Tambo decided to tour the whole of Africa, seeking support, because they had then decided that, look, the ANC must now move up in terms of its strategies. It must now mobilize, form an army. They must escalate to boldly confront the apartheid regime, because the massacre, the killings of blacks was no longer tenable. Where did they get their support from? African countries.
True.
And Nelson Mandela documents them country by country in his book. For example, if you come to page 300, he says, in Liberia, I met with President Tubman, who not only gave me $5,000 for weapons and training, but said in a quiet voice, quote, have you any pocket money? I confessed that I was a bit low, and instantly an aide came back with an envelope containing $400 in cash. From Liberia, I went to Ghana, where I was met by Oliver Tambo and entertained by Guinea's resident minister, Abdoulaye Diallo. And he documents leader after leader. In Senegal, he spoke highly of President Senghor. And he said, in the end, President Senghor furnished me. I'm reading from page 302. President Senghor furnished me with a diplomatic passport and paid for our plane fares from Dakar to our next destination in London. And this is how they left Africa. Ghana, if you come to the foreign ministry where I lead, we have a tall list of South Africans we issued Ghanaian passports to, because they had been declared stateless. We had to give them aliases so that they can go around, mobilize. People do not know that many Africans, including Cubans, lost their lives in the Battle of Quito Carnival between 1983 and 1987. You had the likes of Captain Chikata, God bless his soul, as a key advisor, mobilizing resources. The financial contributions made, the support by way of scholarships, where our ministry is located. Many people do not know that in the 60s, 70s, all the way even to the 80s, that was where we had the International Students Hostel. A lot of these young South Africans who could not have higher education, the Ghanaian taxpayer, full scholarship, meals, everything for their upkeep, pocket money. Because, as Kwame Nkrumah said, we did not consider our liberation as the first African country. And if you read this book from pages 235 to 238, again, Madiba talks about how Ghana's independence gave them hope, gave them the inspiration, the belief that this is doable. They can defeat the apartheid regime. Now, Kwame Nkrumah said that the independence of Ghana is meaningless unless it is linked to the total liberation of Africa. So he considered himself an anti-apartheid and an African liberator, and conscientized Ghana. That is why when Guinea was on its knees, you remember our 10 million pounds support.
Yes.
You recall our first deployment of Ghanaian troops in 1960 to the Congo. Unfortunately, we could not protect our hero, who eventually was killed in the Congo. Then you come to all the way to Ecomog, how thousands of Ghanaians save lives in Liberia, Sierra Leone, and all of. We've always had that Pan-African spirit. We've always believed that we must, as a people, be conscious of the fact that we cannot be selfish and that our liberation cannot be complete if we do not actively support all Africans. So Pan-Africanism, African solidarity is in our DNA. So after all of this support, in cash, in kind, in solidarity, in love, in brotherhood, this is not how you treat the very people who helped to have you liberated, for you to now become a democratic state in 1994. So really, this lady Jacinta and all those in those vigilante groups, I still maintain that they are fringe elements. They must be in the minority. They clearly have no appreciation of their own history.
And that is the more reason why a lot more has been called on the officialdom to do something beyond just the apology and the condemnation, to deal with these people, to send a strong message and signal to them that they cannot continue this. We cannot continue to give apology to the victims and the countries every year when this happens and think that this is going to end. But I want to take a listen to Cyril Ramaphosa, because yesterday he spoke about this. And then my guest, other colleagues as well, will have a bite on this, because this is a troubling development, to say the least. The history that you have just outlined and summarized is quite clear. But then again, you have these people who are continuously doing this right from 2008. This people have been maimed because of this. People have lost property because of this. And this is what the President of South Africa said yesterday. Take a look.
We will not tolerate violence and acts of lawlessness directed at foreign nationals. No foreign national should be unlawfully barred from accessing public facilities, including health facilities and schools. We will not tolerate violence and acts of lawlessness directed at foreign nationals. No foreign national should be unlawfully barred from accessing public facilities, including health facilities and schools. We will not tolerate violence and acts of lawlessness directed at foreign nationals. No foreign national should be unlawfully barred from accessing public facilities, including health facilities and schools. Acts of lawlessness directed at foreign nationals. No foreign national should be unlawfully barred from accessing public facilities, including health facilities and schools.
So that's the President of South Africa there. And the other guests have joined the Honorable Samuel Okudzeto Ablakwa now. So I acknowledge officially the presence of Kofi Bento, is Vice President of Imani Africa. Mr. Bento, good morning. Thank you for joining us. Also, Richard Ahiagba is Director of Communications of the NPP. He has other ambitions in the coming days, which he would have to tell us before the end of the show. It's not within my power to say, but thank you for joining us. Nelson Roxanne Tapiamepo is the Majority Chief Whip in this 9th Parliament, and then also the Member of Parliament for the people of South Dike constituency. Good morning.
Good morning.
Martin Pebu is private legal practitioner, and also the convener of the Kumipreku Relay demonstration. Martin Luther Pebu, good morning.
Morning, Mr. Okansi. You have to add that now I'm president of the lawyers who sound like carpenters, bricklayers, and masons. Yes, president of carpenters, bricklayers, masons. That's where Frank Davis is. In fact, they build the nation. Exactly. So I'm happy to be. Exactly. So
interesting.
My feet in two professions.
We take it lightly. But anyway, thank you, gentlemen.
Cool.
Thank you very much.
Oh, so today I can't do the rituals. Oh, let's just
if you do,
we always need to remind ourselves.
There's always an exception. There's always an exception. But because someone looked at the I played this video of Cyril Ramaphosa to buttress the point that yes, officialdom acknowledges that this is wrong. But beyond this, something must be done, right? Beyond this condemnation. What are you impressing or demanding on them, and I'm talking about the South African government, to do beyond this acknowledgement of wrong? Please.
When we summoned the South African diplomats, we made clear that we expect full-scale investigations and that we want sanctions and that those perpetrators should be punished to serve as a deterrence to others. And I must say that so far we've had assurances, and one of the things I'm here to do is to urge calm. I have said that there should be no reprisal attack. I know that sometimes these things can be very emotive. Hatred and bigotry should not be fought by reciprocal hatred and bigotry. We should rather be mature, rise above it, and show them the way. It is Mandela who said that both the oppressor and the oppressed must be liberated, and that has always been his motivation and his raison d'etre. So we should avoid any attempt at reprisal attacks, going after South African businesses in Ghana or the 3,194 documented South Africans here. At least for now, we have the assurances from the South African authorities that they are investigating. They have invited some of the persons identified in the video for interview, according to what they have told us. And then if you read carefully the statement issued by the South African Minister of Police,
it
was a strongly worded statement. And you see how Ghana was highlighted.
True.
And they said that those targeting Ghanaians and other Africans would not be spared.
Yes.
And we have to give credit to the South African authorities that they, on this matter, at least this year, this is the first time we are seeing such a strong statement, both from the president and from his ministers. And you are seeing a very firm stance being taken that they will no longer countenance this, and they are willing to go the full hog to bring perpetrators to justice. So I think that so far they are handling the matter quite well, and they give us some confidence.
Does it concern you that the AU's deafening silence on this matter really continues? Because like check last year when this happened, there was no statement. This year, this happened last week? It's been over a week. The AU hasn't issued any statement on this matter. Does it concern you?
Well, you will expect an African Union to be more dynamic, more active. But I do know, from where I sit, that there's a lot of backroom engagements that go on. The AU has reached out. They've called some of us, and I know that they've reached out to the South African authorities. But perhaps it may not be adequate to just leave this within the usual backroom diplomacy. It is always necessary to let the people that you lead, for even the credibility of the organization, and to build legitimacy and trust that you speak publicly to this. So I will agree with those who say that they want to hear the AU, even though I must concede that they have reached out behind the scenes.
Behind the scenes. So Bento, here's why I bring you in, because of how perennial this has been. And I referenced this since 2008. And the official position of condemnation, that doesn't necessarily translate into deterrence, as a matter of fact. to these people who do this on a yearly basis? What must be done differently?
So, unfortunately, it's like the state of humanity. Exodus 1:8. It's in the Bible. Exodus 1:8. It says, there came a king in Egypt who did not know Joseph. It's a very important statement. What it means is, Joseph is the one Jew who saved that whole country. And they made him a prime minister. He saved the country. Then there came a king. When you are a king, you should know your history. You should have the sense of a leader. You should have a broad appreciation of how you've come where you are and what it takes to take your people forward. But when you have an illiterate in their history, a person who is unenlightened about how they have gotten to where they are, then you have a king who does not know Joseph. It leads to an oppression of the people who once saved you. I'm talking about the Bible. Now, what that led to is the whole book of Exodus. And if you read Exodus, that led to the collapse of a whole nation, Egypt. All right? You will see it as a Bible story. But whether you believe it literally or not, that's what you're seeing. You have these people in South Africa, unenlightened, uneducated, illiterate about their history. My blood is boiling. And seriously, you know, who do they think they are? Okay, but I'll leave it alone. My calm minister here says nobody should go and do anything silly. But minister, mark that woman, put her name everywhere, and make sure she doesn't step in this country. Because what is this? Okay, migration is the history of humanity. We all move around. Okay, and what pushes us is survival. Either war, physical survival, or economics survival. In the case of South Africa, people went there to fight for them. We put our money behind them. All right? We have done so much for them. Today, if you go to South Africa, I don't want to go there. Okay? But our black friends, they don't make us proud. All right? The black people in South Africa don't make us proud. And I'll leave it there because generalizations are always wrong. We should identify the illiterates and unenlightened people like Jacinta and make sure that they don't have peace anywhere outside South Africa. They should stay there. Okay, and make their country work. We are very proud of our country, Ghana. And I'm so happy the gentleman they are talking about was not an illegal immigrant. He had broken no law. He has a sound, solid country in Ghana. He can come here anytime. And thank you for calling him and making him know that he has a country behind him. Patriotism is when you know your country will fight for you. And for that reason, you fight for your country. If an American gets locked up anywhere in this country, they'll send warships after them. Okay, and that's what your country does for you. So thank you. Any Ghanaian who gets stranded anywhere, call him, and if they want, send a plane to go and get him. It makes all of us proud that we are Ghanaians. Yes, send the whole presidential jet to go and bring one Ghanaian out, so they know that we have a country we are proud of. I mean, I think I'm too angry if you didn't continue.
Because you heard her, that sort of justification of that engagement.
Every time I hear that woman, I get annoyed. Because one,
she
like I said,
to fix our country, and
she's crazy.
Oh, hold on.
No, hold on. I said I wanted to stop. No, when you tell me to fix my country, that's the kind of thing Donald Trump says. Illiterate, unenlightened people who don't understand the history of Ghana and what we have. It was Kwame Nkrumah, one man, who inspired the whole world, including people in America, that the black man was capable of managing his own affairs. He took a country, and we didn't fight a war for it. Okay? Mensa Saba and co. in the 1800s went to the courts of the Queen of England and argued, okay, for us in English. All right, and wrestled for our lands not to be taken over by the Queen, and they did in South Africa. They couldn't do it. We did it. All right, our independence was not fought for by war. We went and argued it. It was the fruit of our intellect. All right, and the Queen came here and handed it to us. You understand? We Ghanaians, since time immemorial, have Kwabonyi, Kwawunsensei, hired a boat, a ship, put Ghanaians in all the way to England. The things we've done. The Anton William Amu, okay, centuries ago in Germany, okay, was wowing philosophers all over the place. So please, she doesn't know what she's talking about when you talk about Ghana, not this country. And this country is a solid, sound country. We can all remain here. If my brothers here, you people, that's why I keep fighting with you. The politicians, make it work. Okay, but look, I'm happy this gentleman is not running away because he's hot or whatever. He has something to do there. He's doing it lawfully, legally, and all fine. And that is how it ought to be. These South Africans come here. They come here to come do all kinds of things, including their white people come here and come and do all kinds of things. All right, because we need each other. Okay, so look, let me calm down. But honestly, this shouldn't happen. And when it happens, let's all see that it is what you see in Exodus 1:8. There comes a king who should know better, who doesn't know Joseph. He doesn't know what the people he's oppressing have done for them, you know, in the past. But yeah, I leave it to my very capable friend here, who is so far handling it in the way I like. But please mark that woman. Make sure she never comes to Ghana.
But you come down. You come down.
No. Hey.
Bring you on this matter. I mean, the Foreign Minister has given us clear indication of what the way forward is, and then also the decision to resettle the gentleman in question because of the level of exposure that he has had in this video and the threats that he's facing as a result of that as well.
Alfred, thank you. And thanks the Minister and my senior Kofi. I think he set a tone for us. It's annoying. And then when I sat there listening to the woman, it's very nauseating, the things she keeps saying. Even after the fact, she's not learned anything, and I'm shocked. You know, I've told myself I won't go to South Africa again. I've been in South Africa once, and I went to Johannesburg. The history was terrible. The experience was bad. The people are just angry. They're angry. And I'm not sure who they're angry at, but the white people who oppress them. Now, they can't confront them. They can't engage them. They can't vent what it is they are angry about to the white people who oppress them. Okay, economically they are trapped. Okay, the factors of production in the country is far beyond their reach. If you go to Johannesburg on a few occasions when I was there, you go and in the mornings they bring pickups and people are going to plantations and they are running to get in the pickup. So as many as can get in the pickup are the ones who have job for the day. Sure. So they are trapped. There's a challenge in their country. But this challenge is not due to migrants coming to the country. People who go to the country, as other Africans who go there, they go there to contribute to the economy. They invest. They are not there to take their jobs. They have a situation which is governmental or economic within the setup of their country to deal with. Their government must provide for them, must engage the policies. The people that they are angry and complain about, their fellow Africans, are not their problem. In fact, South Africans are unique in a sense that they are very inward looking. And I make this point very intentionally because of my experience there. I went there, we took an Uber to the Apartheid Museum. We alighted. My phone was left on the seat. I got down to pay the driver. Then the driver bolted.
With your
because
phone?
Yes, another person in the back said, because he ordered the Uber on his phone, the money was taken directly. So I got down to pay him, and once he told me that the money has been paid and deducted from his account, I just shut the door, forgetting my phone was there. So the minute I shut it, I realized my phone was there, and we started calling this driver. He disappeared.
In Ghana, he will get his phone back.
He disappeared. We called him, he shut his app off, we called Uber and all of that stuff. It took us 6 hours, and this guy was moving from Pretoria to here, and eventually we got him at Pretoria. We had to call one of the manager at the Apartheid Museum, called him and spoke their language to the guy. We had spoken to him through Uber. He said he didn't see anything. Soon as he left us, somebody bought the Uber, and so therefore that person must have taken it. Then the lady who was the manager there, we got friendly with her, and she said, give me the number. He called the guy who had told us he didn't see the phone. Now in their language telling the woman, but yeah, he see the phone. If we can pay him 7,000 rand, he would give us the phone. So we agree we'll pay him. So we chase after this guy. We go here and he keeps shifting. So we call the police. The lady called the police and said, look, what this guy is doing, he might end up bringing people to rob us. So we got plainclothes police people. We've got Uber for them. They sat in it, and we had 2 cars. So we got to one position. He said, we are here. It was at 6 p.m.
Just tracking your phone.
Yes, at 6 p.m. Then this guy showed up. He went home, changed, had guns in his car.
Wow.
and met us at a location to give him my phone. So the minute he got there, we had the plainclothes police people. Once he got down, they surrounded the car and arrested him. And they checked the car, guns in the car. We took this guy to a police station. You know what? He was arrogantly telling the police people that, why are they taking the sides of foreigners against him?
That's what he told the police.
That's what they told them in their language. So it was a lady who was explaining this to us. So eventually I got my phone. And you know what? He was telling the police people to tell me to pay him because he had to drive from Pretoria to come to shoot at me or to rob me without knowing that we had police people. So if we had gone there without police, this was what this guy was going to do. And he didn't come alone. He came with 2 other people. Okay?
Guns in the
this is an Uber driver. You understand? So they don't just like people coming to their country, but they in their country are suffocating. And what is suffocating them, they can see it, they know it, they can address it. So my problem here, in acknowledging what the minister in our country is doing really to try to provide comfort for all Ghanaians, especially this individual involved in this matter, is the AU. I don't know how to describe it at this point, Alfred. I don't know how to describe the AU. Either it's a moribund institution, whatever it is, the AU has no balls. Because we have a continental organization for a reason. Okay? So if we have a continental organization and a country is misbehaving in this manner, I don't know why, for the life of me, the AU has not taken any step. Calling the minister and the government behind the scenes is not what the AU does. It's not what it does. It's not what it's supposed to do.
Backdoor engagement.
What backdoor? Do front door engagement so the people know. The country must, the government of South Africa must take responsibility. They must take responsibility. Beyond these matters, they must take responsibility. That, internationally now, we have people are like all of us are now international, more or less global citizens, right? So people in other countries have rights. People in other countries have rights. So to have a situation where people are harassed in a manner that's happening in South Africa is completely unacceptable. So African Union must stand for something. If they can't do anything, at least to promote internal cohesion in the continent, the free movement of people, African people in Africa, that little bit of thing, they should be able to do it. Otherwise, I don't see why we have an African Union.
Thank you.
Event after event, they're just there in name, but you don't see them do anything substantially to improve the lot of the African. And this is a matter that African Union must engage in. And we, the rest of African countries, must name and shame South Africa for some of these things. It's annoying, it is disgraceful, it's embarrassing. It shows that they don't appreciate history and the contribution the rest of Africa has made to their liberation.
You see, and Mr. Bento made a point about let's not generalize the situation, because honestly, the experiences will be different. I mean, earlier in the year, I was there for the G20 summit in Sandton.
Where?
Sandton.
Where?
Sandton.
Okay.
Yes. You would say Sandton is probably
that's why I asked you where.
It's an area
Those
where
are the places where the white people have improved. You go to Cape Town, areas in Johannesburg, and you see the effect of sound government. And
so the experiences are different.
Let me just leave
it.
Right?
But then again, I understand the point. And this is not to water down on the experience.
You can't once too many when this keeps happening. Okay, in a country, you cannot exonerate yourself if you're a government and you run a country and this is how people are treated.
I agree.
Especially when your people are in every other country.
True.
You understand?
Thank you. You want to go on this very quickly?
Thank you very much. Let me thank the Honourable Minister for doing this, because there have been some concerns raised that the government should speak, the minister should issue a statement and should address the nation. And so I'm very happy that he's doing this. Look, like Bento said, humanity, at the center of humanity is migration.
Yeah, that's true.
We move around.
We all move around.
There are South Africans in Dubai. I've met them. There are South Africans in India. I went to India, I met South Africans who are resident there working everywhere. Indians are not complaining. They own shops and compete with Indians. So what's happening? Look, what's happening has been happening for some time. So even in academia, there's been some work done on this issue of Afrophobia, black on black violence. If we do this to ourselves on the African continent, how do you blame President Trump for the policies he's rolling out on continental America? How are you going to complain about that? So you see, but it's a general problem. I was in Conakry recently. The Guinea people are complaining about the influx of Nigerians. And the fact that they are taking over some basic businesses that they feel should be left for the indigents. There's that general complaint. And we must never get there. We have a similar issue in Senegal. Ghana, if you listen to the lady carefully, she referenced the fact that as Ghanaians we are complaining about the influx of Nigerians, and we have even gone out to demonstrate and all that. So she was trying to equate that to what's happening. But we don't attack. We have protested. Yes, but that's the end. By all means, protest. Make your voices heard. But don't go physically removing people, beating them. And we must be extremely careful. If we do this to ourselves, how do you complain when the Europeans are building fence walls and preventing our people from crossing the Mediterranean and entering Spain or Italy or Malaga? Or when Morocco itself, as part of one of us, also maltreat our people when they enter the Maghreb. And I'm going to South Africa tonight. Pan-African duties. And so I'm actually thinking of raising this matter on the floor of Pan-African Parliament.
You should do it, but I have an idea for you. When it finishes, I'll say it.
Because you see, it has to happen. We have to, it has to stop. There's population explosion everywhere. We agree.
Yeah.
But you cannot be attacking ourselves because you think that somebody is a foreigner, because we all sojourners somewhere.
True.
We all sojourners somewhere. In fact, some of those people in the streets beating a countryman and others, go and trace their history. His parents may not even be an original South African.
True.
He must have had the privilege of being born in South Africa, but his parents must have been migrants from, say, Malawi or Botswana or from across Zambia or Zimbabwe.
To work.
To go and work in the mines and you get the privilege of being born. But they are the people who go out and beat others. So I'm happy that the minister has spoken eloquently to the issues. I would love a statement because that people want to see that.
We've done that already.
Yeah, okay, great.
There's a statement out 2 days ago.
Yesterday was
3 days ago.
pretty busy for us, so I didn't follow. But once the statement has been issued, nerves will be calmed down, and people would appreciate the fact that. But like Bentil said, AU must take this matter up. A fact-finding team should be sent to SA to go and really go around and appreciate what's happening and bring a report back to AU. If I get to Johannesburg today and proceedings start on Monday, I'm going to raise it and demand that the Pan-African Parliament sends a fact-finding team to go around and bring a report. Then some resolutions can be passed to this effect and directed at the continental body in Addis Ababa for some action. We have to do something.
You know,
because
well, you can make statements. Pardon me, I think wild.
Yes.
Honorable here. There are times when a nation has to project itself. Yeah. If I were president, you know what I would do? I will let you go with our presidential jet. All right? Land it in South Africa. And I'll issue a statement. Any Ghanaian who wants to come home, we have brought a plane to pick you up.
Come and climb on board and let's
Yes. That's what I will do. To send a message that
we are not hungry.
Not hungry.
We are not hungry.
Okay? So if Mr. President can do it, for me, this is what you use jets and things. The reason why the US has this huge jet.
Yeah, it's for things like that. Evacuation.
They are projecting themselves in your face. Look, I would love it if our jet with our flag on it lands in South Africa and you issue a statement on that floor there and you issue a statement to everybody that, look, we are here because of what's happened. If any Ghanaian wants to go home, there's a private jet waiting for you. Let's go home. So they know that we have a country.
Right. And see, so this is just for the opposition to send a message quickly.
So let me conclude. It's a beautiful idea. And the minister is here, so I'm sure it may be considered. So let the South Africans know. One of the biggest companies in this country is of South African origin, MTN. We love what they do. So we should also go out and attack MTN. We cannot do that. Because by all means, we need to cross-fertilize.
Yeah.
Already we are talking about African unity, a borderless Africa. Okujeto is championing a policy where every Africa entering Ghana wouldn't require a visa.
Yes.
Wouldn't pay visa fees.
You won't pay visa fees. Yeah, so you don't need a visa. You're just walking. Visa-free, borderless Africa. We are asking South Africans to enter Ghana without the requirement of trying to acquire a visa. And you are there
without paying for the visa.
Without paying for it. What's the difference, Honourable Minister?
Yeah, the difference.
You have a visa, but you don't pay for it.
Yes, you have an e-visa.
Okay.
You'll be screened.
Yes.
Vetted.
So visa free.
So it's free visa.
No money.
Free visa.
You won't pay for it.
Okay.
You
So
pay
free
for
visa.
it, but you'll be granted the visa gratis. You'll be issued the visa gratis.
Yes. So
yeah.
So
regardless of the visa free exists, we can go to South Africa without necessarily.
Yes, we have that bilateral agreement with South Africa.
We are trying to improve on relationships, improve on movement.
And this,
you know, and you want to take us back 100 years. It's unacceptable. It's unacceptable.
Just a quick one.
Thank you.
So it means that this bilateral arrangement we have in South Africa, where there's you can go without visa, and looking at this climate they have created, it actually is benefiting them more than us. Because they have created a certain hostile environment that prevents us from going. But then we're open, and like you described, we're warm and welcoming. So they get a chance to come, and when our people go, then they are accosting them in the streets. And in light of this, the government should take responsibility, because we have that arrangement with them, and our people are there, and they are being treated this way. Then what is the value of that bilateral agreement?
My worry is the trolls of Ghanaians in the universities who are pursuing various postgraduate degrees and who often in the evenings they go to town. So they must be careful, take security seriously.
Thank you. Let me ask you on this quickly.
I think everything that has to be said has been said. So I would say I concur to make it short, so we'll move on. Except that, Honorable, somebody just sent me a message that in Cote d'Ivoire they are expecting you to intervene, that they are also experiencing some hardships.
Yes. You should intervene for Cote d'Ivoire.
Yeah, Ghanaians in Cote d'Ivoire. They said they've petitioned you.
Yes, we are looking into it. Yeah. We have a team from a mission in Abidjan looking into it.
Okay, that's it. In fact, there are quite a number of messages. Someone's asking, please ask the Honourable when he mentioned the Ghanaians who he negotiated for their release in Ukraine, that they have been arrested. So what exactly happened? I think that's from Professor Santi.
The two prisoners of war. The good news is that the president of Ukraine has communicated to the government of Ghana directly that following the appeal we made, he has decided that those two will be released. So we are arranging a meeting. It's likely that President Mahama will meet President Zelensky at a date and venue to soon be decided. And then those 2 prisoners of war will be handed over to President Mahama. So the good news is that we have positive results from the negotiations which I led.
I see. And finally, before we go, so after this condemnation and then also the decision to resettle this gentleman in question in the video that has gone viral, what are the points or the major actions being taken to ensure that this does not happen again? Not just to Ghanaians, but to all African citizens in South Africa.
Yeah, so it's important to recap quickly what we have done so far. Immediately this video went viral, I called the South African Foreign Minister, my counterpart, Foreign Minister Roland Lamola, and protested. He promised investigations. The next day, I summoned the acting High Commissioner here. And then we asked our High Commissioner in South Africa to issue a statement to meet with the leadership of the Ghanaian community there. That was done. They also secured the protection of the gentleman who was under attack, Mr. Emmanuel Asamoah. The High Commissioner met him. Indeed, he was hosted at the embassy so that he will be kept safe. We have continued the bilateral engagements, which has culminated in this statement that the Minister of Police of South Africa has issued, assuring us that the investigations continue. Indeed, we have seen evidence that those persons in the vigilante group have been interviewed and that the investigations are ongoing.
Right.
They have assured that there will be strict sanctions for those who are found to have violated South African law.
Okay.
And following that assurance and President Cyril Ramaphosa's speech to the nation, we are hoping that South Africans who engage in this, they'll see that the stakes are now very high. It is costly to engage in that bigoted, very incendiary, violent behavior which does not pay. And that Afrophobia and xenophobia will not, be allowed to take root in South Africa. So I think that those are assuring words from the South Africans. We have also assured the South African authorities that we will keep our reputation of being very hospitable, very friendly. There will be no reprisal attacks. Their businesses are free to operate. The 3,194 documented South Africans living in Ghana will be protected. We have given those guarantees, and we hope that Ghanaians will continue to be safe. But we have also indicated that Ghanaians who don't feel safe and want to return to Ghana, we are willing and ready. We have been carrying out evacuations during this US-Israeli-Iran war. We've carried out a number of evacuations from Iran to Qatar, UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Israel. And so we have the capacity. We always have an emergency plan ready because we don't want to leave any Ghanaian in harm's way. So that offer has been made. But immediately, as for the gentleman, we are relocating him, as I have said earlier. Mr. Samoa must be taken out of there. It's clearly not safe.
Right.
And if you continue to hear the statements, the targeting, what the leader of that group is doing, we really have to take our citizen out of there, and we are going to do that. And those arrangements are underway. So these are the measures we have taken so far.
And very quickly before we go, and exactly a month ago, in fact, that's when this historic diplomatic victory at the United Nations General Assembly took place, passed this motion on reparations for the transatlantic slave trade. This is it. This was the outcome. And since then, these three countries have been explaining why they decided to take that position. But what happens after this? Exactly a month on, March 25th. What happens after this particular victory?
25th March is a day that I know the Osagefo, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, will have wished that he was alive to witness that day. Nelson Mandela will have wished that he was alive to witness that day. Julius Nyerere, Nnamdi Azikiwe, Patrice Lumumba, all of these greats, we really have wished that they were alive. That was a watershed moment. Many, many before us have been longing for that day, agitating. And I agree with Professor Bafwa Jimandia, who said that he is so grateful to God that he had long life to see March 25th, 2026. It's a landmark, historic moment, and that UN resolution will forever and ever be celebrated. And I would never forget that resolution. Even if you wake me up in the middle of the night, I will recite it for you. Resolution A/RES/80/250. It's really significant development, and the transatlantic slavery which took place between the 15th and 19th century, almost 400 years of the total dehumanization of a race where we were not considered as human beings. We were treated as chattels, as property. And the indignity, the horrors, where human beings stripped naked, your body parts inspected publicly, auctioned, after you have been kidnapped, kept in dungeons. And for us in Ghana, Ghana is a crime scene. We have the highest number of forts and castles anywhere in the world. So this was the slave masters, the slave raiders. Yes, they found Ghana very convenient for their atrocities, because we are the center of the earth and very good location, so that they can just out of the door of no returns move out these. And we are talking about over 12.5 million of our compatriots, people of African descent, Africans, taken out forcibly, torn from their families, from their homes, from their roots. And there has been no appropriate acknowledgement. And you see, we have to put this in proper context. There have been other atrocities. Those atrocities were remembered. People were punished. Reparations were paid. Look at the Holocaust. Germany is still paying. And what makes our pain even more
it's okay.
More unbearable, I should say, and it gets emotional. You see, when you consider the fact that when slavery was eventually abolished in 1865, you had the slave masters compensated. Can you believe that?
For losing
the slaves.
For losing property.
For losing the slaves, they were compensated. And if you read from the British archives, they have paid these slave masters and their descendants all the way to as recent as 2015. That's when they finished paying. And some estimates put it at over between 2.7 to about 7 billion pounds, depending on which exchange rate you're using. And then the real victims have never been compensated. A lot of these perpetrators have not apologized. So far in Europe, it is only the Dutch government that has frontally, officially apologized, and they have said they are willing to take steps to compensate. And you see, when I hear some people say, oh, but it was business and it was legal and all of that.
So they will say we contribute.
You know, they clearly do not know what they are talking about. I mean, do they know how many Jews took part in the Holocaust, who were faith columnists, who were traitors of their own people? But it did not make them the masterminds, the perpetrators, those who really set up the system. You would always find some traitor, some faith columnist, but it does not mean that there should be justification or sharing of equal guilt. So this is a very defining moment in history, very consequential, and we all must be proud of the leadership that President John Dramani Mahama offered, and to have almost a 2/3 endorsement. This is unanimous. I mean, almost unanimous, to have 123 countries. Only 3 voted against. And the abstention 52 largely from Europe. I mean, this resolution has now passed. And for next steps, we have said that we're going to maintain the momentum. President Mahama will be hosting a high-level consultative conference on the 18th and the 19th of June. And these are significant dates because 19th June is the day that the last batch of slaves were released. That is why in the US it's now a public holiday called Juneteenth. Juneteenth. You know, the 19th of June, 1861. That's when the last batch of slaves, you know, were freed. So we are going to commemorate that day. It's the first time that day will be commemorated outside the United States. We'll jointly commemorate it with all our partners in this coalition from the Caribbean, Latin America, Europeans, all over. And you know, the interesting thing about this resolution is that it was co-sponsored by 72 countries. All the 55 AU member states, all the Caribbean, 15 Caribbean member states of CARICOM. We had Latin American support, co-sponsors, including Brazil, Colombia, Ecuador. And then even in Europe, people create the impression that we didn't get any support from Europe. Check. From Belarus, Russia, all the way to Serbia. You know, so all regions of the world, including Asia, you had China, you had South Korea, you know, India. I mean, virtually all the Asian tigers. You know, Malaysia, all of them supported this. So this is such a defining moment, very consequential. We need to keep the momentum. And Ghana is going to continue to offer this leadership. President Mahama, as African Union champion on reparatory justice, will continue to be a torchbearer. All he wants is to unify, deal with the fragmentation. You know, there's a CARICOM 10-point plan. AU is developing a different strategy. The African Americans also have this bill they've been trying to push through Congress. We are saying when we meet in June, we want to now come together and have one common framework. If it's the CARICOM 10-point plan we want to adopt, let's all adopt it. If it is, if we will enhance it, let's all come together, have a common position, a common framework, what we are demanding. The restitution, and did you follow what happened last week? It's interesting that after the US voted against this resolution, President Trump last week signed a new law passed by Congress which allows the Jews to reclaim all artifacts in possession of the Nazis, no matter how far back it goes. Very interesting. And it tells you that restitution is possible. These artifacts can be returned, except that it depends on who is asking for asking for it. But all of this gives us the inspiration. It gives us the encouragement that we must keep at it. And the unity.
You said that the Dutch have indicated that they return some.
Exactly. The Dutch have given us a list of items they want to return. Thank you very much. And President Macron has also said that he's willing to engage to return artifacts and to see what kind of understanding we can have moving forward so far as reparatory justice is concerned. So the momentum is on our side. It's a defining moment in history, and we all have to come together. On this matter, I don't see any partisanship. There should be no division. We should all be united as as people of Africa and African descent, and keep the momentum and pursue this justice, secure this justice for our ancestors and for our people. And you know, as Kwame Nkrumah said, it is out of the transatlantic slavery or enslavement that racism was born.
Yeah.
All of what we are discussing, even up to the point of seeing these inequities, structural racism, that's where it all started from, where depending on the color of your skin, you are considered less human. You know, you are degraded.
True.
So we need to acknowledge that if we want to totally shatter all of these structures of racism, then it comes from securing justice, bringing the perpetrators to book. That is how we are going to make sure that we build a fair and just society where nobody is discriminated against because of the color of their skin.
Perfect. Thank you. Zobeto, just a brief one on this, so we move on to the next issue.
It's very important that we appreciate this point. The history we have been taught is not accurate. All right? This, congrats to you and congrats to President Mahama, because it brings the matter to the fore. You know, the Jews lost about 6 million people, and they've never let us forget. Every year they celebrate it. Reparations were paid to Israel. Reparations were paid to Jews. They are still paying. Okay. The first genocide in the 20th century was that of the Herero and Nama people in Namibia. It was perpetrated by Jews against Africans. Nobody talks about it. King Leopold of Belgium, perpetrated a genocide in Congo, which affected almost 20 million people, over 10 million Africans. That history must be taught. That was a trade in human beings. And then there is slavery, and then there's a slave trade. There's a difference there. What you've done is to bring these things to a fore. We Africans don't make a lot of noise about it, but that history will be corrected. And when humanity takes account of what has happened, the point has to be made that we Africans have been at the worst end of oppression of all this. And when people talk about reparations, there are all kinds of angles to it. But it's important again for people to appreciate that in Britain and in the US, when people gave up their slaves, they were paid. And in America, in fact, read it, there was the promise of a mule and 40 acres of land. There were so many things, and these are important. We are not asking them to feed us or whatever it is, but these have had structural effects on us. And some of these things, if for anything at all, they send the signals, they help to set the history straight. It is a fact that if not for slavery, maybe some of the people they have taken, including the Einsteins and people who would have transformed the African continent. Right. So it's not just asking for money. For me, my interest is in correcting the history for our kids to know when they meet these people, they shouldn't feel inferior. When you see Europeans and Americans and the wealth that they have passed along generations, they got it by working Africans for free.
Thank you. Kofi Bento, thank you very much.
Very important. Very important. I think we need to commend the minister and the government, the president, but also in that acknowledgement, we need to make a very important point. I was expecting my brother to make that acknowledgement. President Mahama is standing on the shoulders of President Akufo-Addo in this matter. Akufo-Addo, in the 78th General Assembly, began a conversation on reparation. And immediately, this was in September 2023, and immediately after that, came to Accra and convened the Accra Reparation Conference that lasted, so I think, in November 14 through to 17 or 18, to fashion out a unified strategy to pursue this reparation. And so it is important in this hour where we have succeeded in getting the world's attention on this matter and achieving this motion. We need to appropriately appreciate the contributions of all our leaders. So President Mahama, yes, he was standing in line when the historic, victory was chalked, but there was a process leading to that. And I think that other presidents before, but most especially
I thought if you were listening, I did that.
Oh, okay.
I talked about the history.
Okay, but I just want that to be accentuated properly. It should be accentuated. So President Akufo-Addo cannot be left out, and then President Mahama ought to be commended. I think it's a joint effort, and we need to proceed in that direction.
Thank you very much, Richard Ahiagba. Thank you very much for the gentlemen. Thank you. The Honorable Samuel Okudeto Ablakwa will take leave of us now, but thank you so much for coming, and then also the information given to us about the gentleman in question, because a number of people had sent some information or messages about what's going to be done for him and to him. Now we know.
Oh, he's safe. We got him covered.
He's safe and covered as well. Thank you, and also for the next step forward.
Yeah, we are bringing him back.
Thank you very much for making the time to join us. Samuel Okudeto Ablakwa is Minister in charge of Foreign Affairs.
In the presidential the symbolism.
It's powerful.
Thank you. Our next issue is the Special Prosecutor and Matters Arising, or the Office of the Special Prosecutor and Matters Arising. The Special Prosecutor himself, Kessie Jabeng, gave an indication of all of this happening about almost 2 months ago, before all of these issues started playing out, about the challenges with the office and then what could be done going forward. Take a look.
The attempt to scrap the office of the Special Prosecutor last year is not dead. And this is the charge I'm giving to civil society. It is not dead. It is live. But we should not depend on the goodness of the president to say, withdraw it from Parliament. Rather, we should build this institution for the ages. An institution which stands the test of time. I was approached in respect of how to reform, and a lot of the talk I heard was revolving around me. And I told these well-meaning people that do not make proposals because of my nature. Some may see me as good, some may see me as evil, but do not turn legal provisions around my traits and characteristics. In the same way, I'm saying, do not let this office's existence depend on the fact that the president wants it to operate, as we saw in December 2025. Secure it, bound it up, board it up well, and now we have a glorious opportunity with the constitution review process. Let it be stamped in it, and we are gratified that the committee, the Constitution Review Committee, put such a proposal in it. Let it be well founded in it. Let it be well clad, so that the next special prosecutor will not spend so much of his time fighting for survival of the office, fighting for survival of his position.
Says some corrections and measures need to be put in place so that the next special prosecutor will not spend so much time fighting for survival. Those were the ending words of Kessie Jabeng, the special prosecutor there. Within this week, what we have seen is 12 civil society organizations coming together to lend a hand of support to the special prosecutor, the office of the special prosecutor. They're making a number of demands. They say that this High Court ruling undermines anti-corruption fight, and this fight against corruption risks a major setback because of this development after this High Court ruling. They have authorized their lawyers to apply to the Supreme Court to support, as it join hands with the special prosecutor in this Noah Adamte case. And then they reference the judgment of the High Court being one that flies in the face of the law because the matter is before the Supreme Court. And I'll show you the trial judge at the High Court's position on this matter, whether it had jurisdiction to hear the case or not. And they're expecting the OSP to seek a stay and quash orders, the stay of execution. This is one that the OSP has taken the measure already. Lamati people, I'll start off with you on this. These demands by the civil society organizations, as I have just outlined them, is it one that you align with, the concerns they have raised?
Look, what I would say is that in a democracy, conversations like this are welcome, because usually it's in the conversations that they yield better results. So I may not directly agree with them, but I agree that they should speak, okay? Even though some appear to be conflicted, because some are actually partners of the OSP. So it means that, like, if you go to the website of the OSP, you see some of them there as official partners. So when they speak, it means that that's the OSP speaking, etc. So there are the whole area. You see, the whole corruption fight right now is in a bit of a jumble, disarray, because the deeper you get into the arena, then the more you see that even in the fight against corruption, there is corruption.
In the fight against corruption, there
is corruption. There are people talking loud here and there. A lot of them have had relations employed by Kissi Jabin in the OSP, etc. So they are not honest brokers. They are not honest brokers. You see, so it's a very complex thing. So you as you fight, then you see that, oh, okay, that's why they say everybody is conflicted in certain ways. Yeah. So that area that we are fighting, you hear people shouting corruption, they are anti-corruption crusaders. They have interest in the Office of Special Prosecutor. Today, if we audit the office and find out relations, etc., look, you run, then you see that we'll forget about this fight, right? Because some have a vested interest. But, well, until we do the audit, let them speak, except that maybe they should disclose that interest that they have. Those who have had relations, employed sons, daughters, brothers, nephews, etc. And those who ride on the Office of Special Prosecutor to get funding. Yes, because they're able to boast that we are official partners, etc. So it's not a clean fight. It's a fight for some people's stomachs. Yeah, it's survivor. That's what this game is about. The CSUs. Some is survivor because they are not sure how the new special prosecutor will come in. Because remember, I have a pending petition for the removal of Kissi Jabin for a lot of the conflict of interest, for a lot of the corruption he's involved in.
So you have put in a petition to the president.
Yes, I'm not disclosing the details, but at least I'm saying that I have put in a petition.
Okay.
Yes.
Right. But how can this particular issue be addressed? And the special prosecutor himself acknowledges that there's a certain fight for survival, because that's why I played this tape to precede our conversation, that he says some things need to be done so that the next special prosecutor after him will not spend too much of the time fighting for survival.
Yeah.
As in the office surviving. How can these issues with the law that established the office be addressed without it appearing to be an attack on the office and its efficiency in the fight against corruption?
Well, what's happening is that, like he said, as for the office, it's here to stay. There's already been a Supreme Court decision, okay, concerning Matanamidu. And from the way that Supreme Court decision went, if the office was unconstitutional, it would have come down.
His age was tackled.
Exactly. Yes. So peripherally, as for the office, we all embrace it. Let's separate the fights. The thing is not about the office. Yeah. It's actually about how the power is exercised. That's the power to prosecute. And the reason you find people like us wishing that there is a supervision of the power to prosecute is that I have 1,001 cases in which you find that a group of people are alleged to be involved in corruption, etc. Then Kissi Jabin will pick and choose. So the biggest mistake we've made, we pick and choose those you prosecute and those you leave out, and then we feel like, remember I have this famous example I used to cite that there was Clara Napaga Tia Suleimana, very close to Akufo-Addo at the time. She was the last person to approve for the NDA case that went. You took all the sabotage and left the Ogoro, the madam, who finally approved, because she's very close, Akufo-Addo's friend. Kissi Jabin left out Napaga Tia, Clara, etc. There are 1,001 cases. The very case that led to the High Court decision is because of favoritism, Kissi Jabin's links to Techimensin, etc. Okay?
So there was the NDA case, there was a matter in court this week.
Yes.
The Tamale
was
supposed to
judgment.
deliver a judgment.
Yes, but it couldn't.
And then they
yes, they couldn't. I should think it's because of the High Court decision. To be very honest with you, Ghanaians, listen, me with what I've heard and seen how Kissi Jabin handled the office, listen, to be honest, look, even if they were to free all the people, it's not my matter. We can start afresh because what he's involved in is
that's for you to prove. Well, that's for you to prove.
If you hear, yes, that's if you see me talk like this, he knows he can't face me on it.
That's for you to prove.
I'll wait for the day I'll publish my petition and you see. I'm very upset
that's
about
because
this
at
thing.
some point
we are not fighting corruption. This is joking.
When the Chief Justice,
it's a complete joke.
Hold on. When the Chief Justice, now your petition has been referred to the Chief Justice.
Yeah.
There's a process that it has to go through.
Yes.
Eventually, the CJ will let us know. The verdict will be known to all of us going forward.
Yes.
The question is about, you have an issue with the person. Now I'm talking about the office.
Oh, as for the office, there's no issue at all. Is that let's limit it. The office there is going to survive. Let's be very clear. The office is going to survive. Hey, we need it seriously. But now what we need is that Kisi's governorship, okay, Kisi's governance of the area, his leadership, has shown us that the law is very weak. You see, when you present a petition, it takes too long. We need to rework the law so that we keep the special prosecutor in check. It's not every special prosecutor who have the character of Martin Amidu. And Kisi Ejiabin has taught us a very hard lesson. That you see, look at Martin Amidu's character and look at Kisi, then you see that, hey, we've learned that lesson, that the special prosecutor will not always be an angel. So even before you talk about independence, the first law you need is ethics around the special prosecutors himself, the individual. So that you don't have a situation where Kisi Ejiabin allows his client, Oforiata, your former client, you allow him to abscond with 5 cases on his head. You allow your friends, Kisle Ajima, he's sitting in parliament now when he should have been facing court, etc. That is the
these issues have you raised because we don't know, and then obviously it is for you to prove. That's why I kept referencing the fact that if you've captured it in the petitions you have sent, and when called upon, you can actually adduce evidence to that effect.
Yes, so what I'll do is, as for Kingsley Ajiman's case, we showed the statements of the people who confessed that Kingsley Ajiman gave them scholarships to smear Atachian so that Kingsley Ajiman. We showed them here on this program, etc.
The exercise of the authority.
Yes.
Will the OSP seeking authorization from the special that's the Attorney General in any way undermine the efficiency and the impact of the office?
I don't see it because, listen, Attorney General has said it publicly that if Kisi Ejiabin applies for it, he will give. But right now, our major problem, you see, we are losing focus. It's not just the authorization. What we should be more interested, the reason these fights are ongoing is that Kisi himself is promoting corruption through the various things.
Counsel, that's what for you
I've
to
already given reason. Yes, that's my interpretation.
As I say,
yeah, you can disassociate yourself.
Disassociate
and
ourselves
TV tray, I know TV. But I am saying that Oforiata, he's allowing Oforiata to run away. Kingsley Ajiman sitting in parliament, not facing court, etc. He said Ejiabin is promoting
but I'm saying that.
So that is what is fueling all of this.
But I asked the question, and you are saying that you, with the seeking authorization from the Attorney General, is not going to in any way. That's not the issue.
It's not the issue.
That's at the heart of what we.
It's just playing out. That's the surface, because the Attorney General, I can show you, he's told lawyers publicly that he will issue it pro tanto the moment he says Ejiabin there's a request for it. The real fight is not just about the authorization. The real fight we are confronted with is a partisan OSP who is doing things to favor himself and his friends, promoting corruption. That is what is really fueling this thing. Where we are is a joke. The Supreme Court asked for throwing out that office. It will never happen. The office is here to stay. The big problem is how we didn't put in rules to keep the special prosecutor himself in check. We just presume that if you take anybody to come and fight corruption, ipso facto, the person will stop his personal weaknesses. All his personal weaknesses will suddenly disappear and he'll become an angel. That is where the fight is. As for authorization, that is not the real fight. Because now the hard lesson, as I say, is that you are giving authorization to somebody who is also aiding corruption.
That is for you to prove, and I keep saying that all the time.
There is publicly available evidence. He said Ejiabin said he couldn't shout Julo.
But that's not for him to shout.
Julo, the one that got me to be. Oh, Mr. Council, let me complete this sentence. Remember, I kept saying that he said Ejiabin couldn't shout Julo, a view, for us to arrest Oforiata. Oforiatta that he worked for, Oforiatta that is a relation to Gabi and President Kufuor, etc. And so we are saying that is corruption in itself, etc. And you are saying that it's just authorization. We are learning the hardest lesson that the fact that you put somebody in charge of corruption doesn't mean that that person himself is immune from corruption. That is where the real fight is. That is where the real fight is.
And that is what I've stated continuously, that since you have already told us that you have captured this in your petition, that's for you to prove, right? And consistently, as you refer, because I'm actually not going to go on that path, because if I keep asking you even to prove it, and because that's why when you keep referencing the fact that he's engaged in corruption, that's because you've captured it in your petition.
It's publicly
you're not
available
going to
information.
go into the details so that we don't have to. Perfect. Now, the concern that the CSOs raise is about how this would impact the fight against corruption. And that's why I started from that perspective. Your position is that all of this is not going to...
Yeah, that's not the real fight.
I'll bring you in on this particular issue as to whether this is not the real issue, the authorization that the OSP is being asked to seek from the Attorney General before prosecuting any case in the name of the state.
Article 88(4), I read, all offences prosecuted in the name of the Republic of Ghana shall be at the suit of the Attorney General or any other person authorized. It's not only the Attorney General, any other person authorized. And how is authorization going to come? By him in accordance with law. So there are a number of things there. One, there can be laws through which the authorization of the Attorney General can be passed on to other people. Who passes law? Parliament. Look, we are straining, we are passing sentences, we are splitting hairs about this matter, okay? But a number of things must be established, okay? Yeah. One, this fight about the Office of the Special Prosecutor, too much of it has to do with the person of Mr. Kissie Jaben and people's disagreements with him, just like you've heard from Martin. All right, and I think that is distracting from the main mission. Okay, next thing, the Office of the Special Prosecutor is an entity that we are unanimous about in terms of needing it, in terms of the fight against corruption. Okay, the third point that must be established beyond doubt is the attack on the Office of the Special Prosecutor is doing damage to our fight against corruption. This week alone.
The attack on the office.
Yes, there's an attack on the office. It's doing terrible damage. This week alone, because of the this attack, which has shaken the authority of the Special Prosecutor, there are a series of applications in court, all right, stopping these prosecutions until this matter is settled.
True.
And the question has to be asked, what does that do in terms of that very wide-ranging, consequential order from the High Court, which I think was totally per incuriam and, out of his authority, basically making nonsense of other prosecutions. Okay, he's put in abeyance and in, jeopardy everything that the Special Prosecutor is doing. And I ask myself, so what are they saying in terms of the case of Xenophobic right now? Okay, and all the other people that they are going after. My point is this: we are agreed on the main issues. And okay, so this fight about these peripheral issues and you should go and just ask for the authorization. Look, there are strategic issues here. If we are saying, and there's a law to that effect, read the law. There's an LI to that effect that indeed he doesn't need to have express authority from the Attorney General.
You reference 88(4).
Yes, I reference 4. You see,
all offences prosecuted in the name of the Republic of Ghana shall be at the suit of the Attorney General or any other person authorized by him in accordance with law. Any law.
So other people may do it. Laws may confer authority.
Does it mean that he doesn't need any express authorization from the Attorney General because the law has taken?
You see, the thing about law is it's not mathematics. 1 + 1 is 2 in New York and it's 2 here. But when you come to the interpretation of this, it is clear to me that one, the AG may prosecute, other people may prosecute. Today in this country, other people GRA prosecutes, SNIT prosecutes, police prosecute, other people prosecute. Okay, AG can give them authority to prosecute, or that authority can be gotten from a law. And we were all part of the discussion. We passed the law and put in the law that authority has been granted. Then they said, oh, Eli, look at the Hansard. The narration is there. The speaker raised the issue. AG Ayine raised the issue. They dealt with it and said, look, we don't want to do something which will create a situation of co-warranto, which is where we are today. And so they passed Eli, etc. It's the AG herself who took it there. Look, there is strong interpretation to the effect that the OSP does not need express authorization from the AG, because indeed, if he does, there's no use for that office. The exact reason why the OSP was set up is because we don't want a situation where the AG can interfere in their work, authorize them to do or authorize them not to do. So that thing I think is settled. But I said, we are having this fight because people have a problem, specifically with, Kissi
the person?
Yes, the person, yes. And I have said, okay, I have my own problems with how Kissi Jabin handled Ken Ofori-Atta's case, and I've been proven right on everything. But I have also said that Kissi Jabin, I took the unions of TOR, Tamale Refinery, went to him, made petitions, and he did a fantastic job, which has saved Tamale Refinery. So nobody can go to any extreme and say it's a useless office, it's never so, or that Kissi has not done anything. He has done a lot. We have had Yoko sitting there for all these years. People have used them as their private, whatever it is, to run around. Why are we not going after Yoko? All right? And I think that comparing all of these things, we can't say that he's done nothing or whatever it is. But yes, the issues are clear. High expectations, okay? Or maybe he has the highest expectation in terms of anti-corruption, okay? And it's creating those problems. We are throwing the baby out with the bathwater, attacking that office the way we are doing, because, like I said, this week alone, many cases involving him have been suspended.
Well, at least.
And now,
what about two?
You had
the case of the Republic versus Ken Ofori-Atta and the 7 others, and then the Mustafa Hamid case.
Former AG Dame went to court, okay, and also many people have filed. In fact, anything involving the OSP now is in jeopardy because of that wide-ranging
High Court
ruling that was given, in that High Court, which is also another matter. Okay, so my point is, look, we are cutting our nose to spite our face. Whichever way it is, look, we should quickly amend the Constitution. The Prempeh Committee has finished its job. I don't know why we are still wasting time. Let's get on with that business, establish that office properly, and then really focus on doing this anti-corruption thing properly. We are just going and coming, and all of us are the losers for that.
Well, Phyllis Kwachof also did indicate this week that there's the implementation committee is going to be established soon.
Implementation to do what?
For the recommendations of the...
I think it's a mistake.
Prempeh.
You don't do an implementation committee
in fact,
to do
actually a committee
constitutional
that's going to
review.
be established.
No, I think it's a mistake. You see, look, the president cannot amend our constitution. That's clear. The constitution is amended in parliament or by a referendum. Okay, it's okay for the president to set up a commission to go and look at all the things that we need to amend. President Mills did it. Why did it die? It died because it became too much the work of the president. And we have suggested that, look, Mr. President, don't let it look like you are amending our constitution, setting up committees and whatever it is. Ship the thing off to parliament. Okay, step off a bit. So this whole thing, one, is delaying it, and to look at what we are suffering because of it. We need to get down. We are clear in our minds, okay, that we need to amend our constitution. Why are we pussyfooting about it and setting up all committees, commissions? We've had 2. Why? Get on with it, do the job, and then all these things will find their level. Instead of going back and forth, and then High Court is saying this, another High Court is saying we are not bound by your ruling. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court is seized with the same matter. Today, we have to file amicus. There was a hearing to the effect in the Supreme Court where it was ruled that they don't need the presence of the OSP, okay, to determine the matter. And so it didn't have to be joined. Now there are other things that have come up and it's going to be joined. It's a mess. Meanwhile, we know what we have to do. Let's get on with it, spend the energy, do it, and move on.
But why do you describe this as an attack on the OSP?
Is there any other way? The OSP's office has been an attack by my own client, Martin Kwebu. Okay? And for good reason. All right? I mean, off here, we've had all kinds of discussions, okay? And people are definitely upset. The irony between me and Martin, okay, is that I am upset about the way the Ken Ofori-Atta case was handled, because I said from the beginning that it was handled poorly, and because of that, that case will not go well. Okay? He was also upset about the same case, but on the other hand, that he thinks different things should have been done. My point is, why? On both ends, we are fighting. And clearly, there's an attack. People are saying Kissi is making decisions that they think are not right, etc. Okay? I mean, maybe he has to defend himself. Maybe he cannot defend himself because of his office. He has said all kinds of things, but clearly it's not going, well. Martin Amidu didn't have that kind of problem. Of course, he didn't do as much as Kisi did. But the point is, clearly there's something about the person of the special prosecutor, the person who is there, which is generating a lot of attack against the office. And that collateral damage being done is not good. All right? You've gone all the way to having, a high court judge having the confidence to make a very wide-ranging ruling when the issue of interpretation was in the Supreme Court and was being heard. And everybody will tell you that, look, he should have deferred to that. Other courts are saying we are not bound by what that High Court judge has done. What kind of confusion is this?
Well, on the matter of jurisdiction, the trial judge at the High Court, which you reference, he sought to answer this. And this is just a portion of the ruling, which has been made public, by the way. It says whether or not, and this is the issue he raised, there is a matter for constitutional interpretation. And this is his position. For a better appreciation of the matter, the relevant portions of the respondent's affidavit in opposition are set out below. 14. The respondent further states that the relief sought by the fourth accused person, that is, raised a matter of interpretation of Article 884. And the respondent in this instance is the OSP of the Constitution, vis-a-vis the Section 4.2 of Act 959, which is the act that establishes the office, which falls within the exclusive jurisdiction of the Supreme Court to determine questions of constitutional interpretation. And he goes on to say the authorities have established that where the language of the legal text is clear, it only calls for application and not interpretation. And he references case law.
Yes.
Republic versus Mayakekan. So it has been stated in the case of Bedema versus Awuno Williams, unless the words of a statute are imprecise and ambiguous, the court does not apply the rules and presumptions of construction.
Yes.
Unless the primary or popular literal meanings of the words are disputed, the interpretation of the word is unnecessary.
I agree. Look, every constitutional lawyer knows this well. I have used it many times, and it is correct and true. The problem here is this. See, you have a high court judge. You see, like I said, law is not mathematics. 1 + 1 is 2 everywhere. But when it comes to this, other people interpret things differently. Now, judges have wide discretion. He has exercised the discretion in one way, to say he doesn't see an issue of interpretation. Sure. Many other judges will tell you that, look, once that has been raised, even if I don't see it, for a number of reasons. One, because the Supreme Court is already seized with that matter, I would defer to them. Okay. 2, judges have to be broader in their thinking when it comes to the consequence of their actions in exercising their discretion. Now, by exercising the discretion to the effect that there was no issue of interpretation there, and therefore he will proceed to rule on the matter, and ruling on the matter, and then going forth to give wide-ranging consequential orders to the effect that other cases done by the OSP were basically null and void. Look at the effect it has had on the whole country. Put in jeopardy the whole office, put in jeopardy every case that he's done, even previous cases. You understand? So when a judge exercises discretion, you ask yourself, what is the effect of what they have done? That's how you judge the quality of the discretion that they've exercised. And I think this discretion, the exercise of this judge's discretion, and by the way, we are free to criticize judges. And my criticism of this is that, of him, is that if his discretion was exercised properly, it would have created calm and not confusion. What we have now is a lot of confusion. Okay, so I say he didn't exercise it properly, and others would have deferred to the Supreme Court. All right, so the point we are making is that, look, we are heading towards something. Okay, and everybody must be working towards that same thing. This ruling and the orders that followed work against the fight against corruption. And we are seeing it. Now, everything is suspended. Okay, what about people who may be in jail? Okay, what happens to the case of Xenophobic? Is it going or coming? Is it on or off? Okay, what's going on? And how do we resolve this? Some courts are saying they are going ahead. Others are saying, well, we have to be bound by this. The Supreme Court said that we are going to hear this matter. It's confusing. Okay, then we all have to come here. Look, it's been how many weeks now we keep beating this issue. Okay, so the point is this. Look, let us resolve finally and durably the issue of the office of the special prosecutor. And that will be done in the Constitution. We have had 2 commissions already. We've come across 1 year. Prempe has issued his report. Okay, the energy must be towards having that thing done, sorted out, cleaned up, and put away.
Okay.
Indeed, when we're doing the office, what we did was say the corruption was so bad. We needed to make a special case of that office, take it out, and establish it whilst we're working on the constitutional review. Okay, we've done it. It's worked for 8 years or so. Okay, we've come to this point. For some reason, there's a huge attack against the office. Maybe we can single it out and fix that problem. But if fixing it means a referendum, for instance, we can't do that one alone and leave the rest. So my point is, all the energy should be put towards fixing it durably in the constitutional review. Why are we not going forward with the constitutional review? Why is the president now setting up another committee? To do what? That's what we should do. Fix the constitution, solve this problem.
Great. Now, you this week when you saw the demands of the CSOs, and including the demand for the president to speak on this matter, because when you, together with Mama Yarega, sought to table a private member's bill questioning the essence of the office of the special prosecutor, the president spoke and appealed to you, in fact, to rescind that path that you were taking. So their call is for the president to speak on this matter. You described it as emotional blackmail. Why?
Simply because the same group of CSOs practically bastardized the president.
Somebody's bringing something. What's the name of the...
For, as it were, calling upon us to withdraw our motion. They termed it as being interfering in the affairs of Parliament. Didn't you hear that? They criticized the president for interfering in the affairs of Parliament. Parliament is supposed to be an independent organ of state. Members of Parliament are supposed to be of independent mind and all that. And that instructing us, as it were, to discontinue our decision to have the OSP Act, office repealed. It was interfering, was dictating to us, blah, blah, blah. That's every Parliament, a deliberative chamber. Now, this matter is before the Supreme Court. It's sub judice.
Sub judice.
Sub judice.
That call for the president to speak.
That's a hallowed principle of law. Every parliament in the Constitution is cautioned that where a matter is before a court of law, court of competent jurisdiction, don't tinker with it. Don't tackle it. Don't even touch it with a 10-foot pole. Every parliament, the Constitution says, don't touch it with a 10-foot pole. Don't go near it. Parliament is even cautioned not to go near a matter that is a subject of litigation in our courts. CSOs are calling on the head of state to do what? To do a buzia?
Just to speak on it. Just as
to do a buzia? No court, no court. Because you see, the call that the call that they've made is in the effect is actually in the converse. Because where a court makes a determination, we are all bound. So you cannot say that I am in agreement with the court. But obviously you have to be in agreement with the court. If you disagree, you appeal. If there are appellate processes, or you ask for a review, if the process is for a review of the court's decision, that's all you do. You say you agree with the court, but you as the court pleases, but you agree, and therefore, if there are appellate processes, depending on the stage of the litigation, which is being done as we speak. So the call rather on the president is to say that whatever the court will say, you will be in disagreement. That's what they're asking the president to say, because it's a matter of course for the president to say that we are in agreement with what the court has said, or we are bound by the court's decision. Or not say anything. That's a matter of course. So to ask the president to speak is to say that, or to suggest that whether the court decides in the favor of A or B, we will do what we have to do. So tomorrow they'll say that the court says the matter we should take left. And the president said, no, I'm in disagreement with the court, so we are taking right. That's what they're asking the president to do, to say that I'll disrespect the orders of the court. You see, when Kisi goes to court and he loses, it's normal. You must fight for an appeal or go for a review of the court's decision. You don't rant in the media. He lost his other past case. It was all over that. The judiciary is conspiring. He said all manner of things. Because he didn't prosecute that matter well. Procedural approach. We've all been defense attorneys. You have to see me in this country 15 years ago when we were doing the Oyome cases. It's about procedure. Procedural. Look, the job of every criminal attorney is about procedure.
And procedures are the heart of...
Look, the principle of law is that where a law provides a procedure for a right to be exercised, it's only that procedure that will be followed. It's only that procedure. If you depart from that procedure, every criminal law attorney,
it invalidates the case.
And that's our joy. That's the joy of a criminal law practitioner. That's your joy. That's the beauty of. So anybody, every lawyer, who is the criminal law practitioner, is always on the lookout for procedure. Because as for the substantive law, that's why they brought your man. He's been charged. But you are looking for flaws. That is why you can actually question a charge sheet and say that the charge sheet is bad for duplicity. Just procedure. Now, what is the issue? Bentel has said something, but I want to lay the records bear everybody out. I brought the Hansard of Wednesday, 1st November 2017. The matters that he alluded to actually were raised on the floor. But we disagree with Chairman Sabonsu and the Speaker. The House actually took a decision. The law as it is was actually what the House agreed upon. So this is the trajectory. Now, if you read from when Chairman Sabonsu raised the matter.
Which matter exactly?
Which is the issue of authorization, direct authorization, or all that. Look, the Honorable Haruna Idrisu made the point that we cannot come to Parliament and say that Parliament can enact a law and grant direct authorization to prosecute, to investigate and prosecute a matter to another entity without recourse to Article 88. That was the original terms of the bill that came to Parliament. All the stakeholder engagements, the import was that we want to establish a special office that will be independent of the Attorney General and all that. The report came, we debated the principle.
Can prosecute without AG's authorization.
Yes, all those ideas. These arguments were actually canvassed during the stakeholder engagements. The committee prepared, and I was such a formidable member of the committee. We went to the floor, debate. When we got to consideration, it was Haruna Idrisu who said, no. Please read Article 88 properly. This Parliament, if we proceed to enact this law, it will be shut down the next day after assent.
It's been 8 years.
Oh, no. He says, no, so you listen. So we cannot. And then when the debates progressed, we all realized that no, the interment of the bill cannot be carried through. We are running into a brick wall in Article 88. Even the bill, the memorandum is referenced it. So after all the talks, these two persons spoke. And this is the Hansard of 1st November 2017. So Dr. Aini had this to say. Mr. Speaker, it relates to the original rendition of the head note in clause 4. And because it is independent and stands in the name of the Honorable Minority Leader, we need to take it so that it will form part of clause 4 going forward. Then Che came in. Then all the talks continued. And Che had this to say. Mr. Speaker, I get it. Let's go on. Then the chairman said, so with your permission, if I may move the item numbered XVII, or I should take the two together, Mr. Speaker, you may do so. The amendment was carried. Dr. Ayini came back and said, Mr. Speaker, for instance, the Attorney General could do so by a constitutional instrument. Now we are talking about the nature and the form of the authorization. By constitutional instrument or by legislative instrument, where it will spell out clearly what the jurisdiction of the Office of the Special Prosecutor is. This is because what we are doing here is to say that Parliament is by statute making the Attorney General authorize the Special Prosecutor, but she is the one who is delegating the authority. And there has to be a mode of delegation.
Pause there. For the sake of the public.
Yes.
Okay. Important things you said. He says, Dr. Ayini came in and said that, for instance, she could do so by constitutional instruments or by legislative instruments, which will spell out clearly what the jurisdiction of the Office of the Special Prosecutor is. And note that this is the Attorney General.
Yes.
Okay.
The current Attorney General.
No, the current Attorney General. But at the time, it was Madam Gloria Kufu.
Yes.
And it was said by the current Attorney General that she could do that by an ally.
Yes.
Note, subsequently, she issued an ally.
No, the ally is... Hold on. I brought the ally.
No, hold on. No, I'm making a fundamental point. That it was said by Dr. Ayini that an ally will suffice.
So let's make progress.
We are talking to the public.
Yes, the allies are here.
You admit the point that Dr. Ayini said an ally would be a useful thing to use to authorize.
So we'll get there.
Listen to you. I was going to tackle it. So, Mr. Speaker, that is the point I'm making. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Speaker Okoye. He said, what kind of authorization are you anticipating again? The person has been established by an act of Parliament, and you are going to ask the Attorney General to start authorizing, bringing in matters that lawyers describe as co-warranto. It will become a big issue by what warrant, by what authority.
Pause. I beg you. Again, me and you, we are working on this, the public. The Speaker then, Speaker Okoye, is saying, there is a situation where an act of Parliament is in pursuance of the last part of 88 being used to take the authority, not without the permission of the AG, but to encapsulate it in that act and then hand it to the OSP. And that it will not be the best if they didn't do it that way, because if they don't, then you have issues of co-warranto down the line.
Yes. Good. So proceed. So let us not create unnecessary problems.
Good.
If the Special Prosecutor is established to perform certain functions, are we intending somebody else to give him a warrant to start that which the Act of Parliament has given him or her to do?
Good.
Hold on. What authorization? Let us be careful so that we do not open unnecessary Pandora's box. This is because issues of co-warranto, lawyer, you know, they can be very long-winded.
Good.
Yes, Honorable Chairman, Honorable Buabin. Mr. Speaker, I wanted to react and add on to your erudite direction and emphasize that the authorization by the Attorney General is grounded in the Constitution. The Constitution says that the authorization is by a law passed by Parliament. It is this very law that we are passing which enables the Attorney General to authorize. With the permission of Mr. Speaker, if I may read Article 88.4, then please read. Mr. Speaker, it reads, all offences prosecuted in the name of the Republic of Ghana shall be at the suit of the Attorney General or any other person authorized by him in accordance with any law. And it implies here, the last phrase under Article 88.4 says, in accordance with any law. This House is imbued with the power to pass that law under Article 106. Therefore, in that law, we can set out the proviso, which says that the delegation of the authority is done. Mr. Speaker, once this law provides for that, there's no point in setting out any other processes for delegating authority of the Attorney General. Article 88.4 provides for it, and that is the law we are passing now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Honourable Member Bernard Ahiafo comes in. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. On this note, I want to disagree with the honorable member for Adenta. Mr. Speaker, if you look for Article 88(4), he reads, and I quote with your permission, then he also repeats. So it is the Attorney General who will have to be given the authority. But this bill that we are passing, it is not the Attorney General. The Attorney General is different from this particular law. She must give the authority in accordance with the law. So the law is now seeking to be given the authority instead of the Attorney General giving the authority. You do understand what he's saying? So that is where the problem is. Then Chairman Mr. Speaker, the law that we are crafting today is not being done at the instance of Parliament. Parliament is not on its own accord fashioning this law. This law is coming from the Attorney General in the nature of a bill. He or she, in this case, recognizing the import of Article 88, has appeared before us that the burden on her shoulders is enormous. So she wants to assign responsibility to an officer. So this comes at the behest of the AG, and somebody is saying no. Is it a shepherd somewhere who is, you know, this things we say them on the floor? But no, I want to give a certain history. So this house is only helping her to craft. I'll end. Where? So essentially, you speak. Essentially, the point I'm making is that the position by Speaker Okwe and Chairman Sabusu to do a direct authorization by an act was
what you read is not a direct. Chairman was saying that the AG has come to give the authority through a law.
No, and I'm saying that all these positions
is not.
No, all these positions were disagreed with.
By who?
By the House. That is why I'm going.
The law?
No, that is why I'm going. So listen to me.
So what was the end objective?
So that is why. Make your point. Can I please? Yes. I am telling you that the discussion, the position by some lawyers and some debaters that the parliament at the time agreed with Chairman and Speaker and passed a law that gave direct authorization by the enactment to the OSP is inaccurate. These positions were strong from the leader of government business, from the Speaker, but the House disagreed. That's where I'm going.
I see.
So yeah, that's what I'm going. So Chase spoke for long because he was trying to convince all of us. So this house is only helping her to craft it in a mode that she requires.
I'm not reading everything. I just want how this ended because of time.
So when we got, so Che finally said, Mr. Speaker, I implore you, having listened to both sides, to now put the question. This is because what we are drifting to, there's no longer any value addition with respect. So Mr. Speaker says, Chairman of the committee, your view. Then Chairman said, Mr. Speaker, I want us to proceed. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Chairman of the committee, could you please restate your amendments? Because it was his proposed amendments that generated this long debate.
Okay.
So he says, restate your amendment. Then he proceeds. It appears honorable members need to be refreshed. So Banda restated, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move clause 4, subclause 2, line 2, before authorized, insert B. So shall be authorized. So he moved it, so the new rendition will read, subject to clause 4 of Article 88 of the Constitution, the office shall, for the purposes of this act, be authorized by the Attorney General to initiate and conduct the prosecution of corruption and corruption-related offenses.
That's the authority.
No. This mimics, hold on. This mimics Article 88(4). That before you do anything, you shall be authorized by the Attorney General.
Interpretation.
This is not interpretation. This is law. The law is subject to clause 4 of Article 88. The office of the OSP shall be authorized by the Attorney General.
It means it is. Present continuous.
What sort of English is that?
We didn't do English.
What sort of English is shall be authorized means it is authorized?
Yes.
Is that the language you are speaking? No, please. So let me conclude. So, Mr. Banda, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move clause 4, subclause 2, delete and insert. So he restates it. Now, others are saying that Speaker directed that the drafters. What Speaker directed was this. Mr. Speaker, the end result of the proposed amendment is clearly stated. Mr. Speaker, it appears that we are done with the whole of clause 4. So Mr. Speaker says, Honorable Chairman of the committee, may I put the question on the entire clause if we are finished? Chairman, Mr. Speaker, we only want to do a little swapping by making subclause 2, subclause 1, and making subclause 1, subclause 2. So interpositioning, not redrafting.
Okay.
So, Speaker, that will be taken care of by the draft persons. After we have put the question on the entire clause, this juxtaposition is going to be taken care of by the... So we were done.
I see.
So change position that there should be a direct authorization by the enactment were all disagreed with. So what the House approved. So the question put an amendment agreed to from the chairman. Period. That is all you see in the law.
In this.
Now.
This is.
Yes, this is all we approve in Parliament.
Section 4.2.
Yes.
Right.
Now hold on. How can Kofi say that shall be authorized by the Attorney General means it is authorized?
Yes.
And this is I brought the 2 allies.
I see. We'll get into that.
Hold on. I brought the 2 allies.
We'll get into the allies. I'll get into the allies.
But you see, there's a lot of confusion. So let's use the records. Let's use the records
to go through the Hansard.
So let's use the records to correct it, please. I'm on the floor. Let me finish.
That's why I allowed you to.
You have your time.
Hold on. That's why I allowed you to go through the Hansard. What's the issue with that? No, I'm going to come to you.
Hold on. He has referenced.
I'll come to you yes.
You see, he is in Parliament. They've had a chance to actually even
because he's sat through this process.
No, I'm saying that. They've had the occasion to actually even just scrap the thing. So everything he's saying here is ending to that point. The point is that they want to scrap the thing. But we're saying...
Which point?
No, I'm saying that.
All he has said indicates that...
Yeah, I'm saying that. Their preference, everything he's saying, their preference is that office really is a nuisance. Please. That's okay. If that's all you're saying, that's fine.
Leave him alone.
I am saying that. Was it not part of the group that wanted to extinguish the office?
You are introducing a different argument.
No, I'm just saying that. Your motive is what I'm reading.
Please.
It's okay. All right, I take that back.
Richard, don't do that.
You brought a bill, but you didn't want to extinguish it. That's okay.
Please.
But the point here is this.
We can debate that matter separately. That's not what we are debating.
I'm just saying that it's part of your record. So I'm
just make a point.
Alfred, there is a certain interdependence between politics and law, where politics sets the agenda and the law provides the formal framework for that decision to be taken. So this matter is a political decision that was taken to provide for a certain office to deal with the problem we have as a society, which is corruption. So we must keep that in mind all the time. In arguing the law or the right for the office to achieve the intended objective, which is to fight corruption. Remember, Ghana is a state party to the UN's Convention Against Corruption. And that provision, Article 36 of that convention, requires that we set up a specialized office with the requisite power and autonomy to pursue corruption. So the Office of Special Prosecutor is actually in fulfillment of Article 36 of that convention. So we must know that it is not just something that somebody can decide to say, let's throw it away, let's put it here, let's put it over there. It's an essential part of our political evolutionary decision to make sure we deal with corruption. And the NDC were big on why we need to fight corruption when they were in opposition, and somehow they have become softies when they came into office. They are fighting corruption. The institutions that must fight corruption, the NDC is attacking it. And that's why my brother didn't want for me to say that they introduced a bill to extinguish the office. See, so what is the issue, really? Article 88 is clear. And I don't think that my brother would disagree that the power to prosecute is not delegable. It is delegable. If you look at Article 88,
it's clear.
Article 88 clause 3 establishes the special prosecutor as the primary repository of prosecutorial power. But then
you mean the Attorney General?
The Attorney General, sorry. The Attorney General. as a repository of all prosecutorial powers. Article 88, Clause 3 says that. But then in 4, however, it provides the window for that power to be delegated.
That's it.
So, what is the issue? And it says that if you read it carefully, it's not by accident. You know, in laws, words are put there for purpose. It says that in accordance with any law. So, any law in this case now, it brings into frame the Special Prosecutors Act, which is Act 959, which is a law that is crafted in line with this to give.
So does the LI
I'm coming. The act for now.
Does it satisfy this particular aspect of 884?
So the process begins with 4, where the act has been passed.
It's an expression of this.
959 has been passed. And now when you go to that, I think, let me just read it. It says, Honorable Chief Majority Chief Whip was reading the thing. Go to 78 of the Special Prosecutors Act, and the regulations. If you go all the way to K, and it talks about, let me just read the introduction. So the minister shall, they are talking about the LI. The minister shall, so this is where the LI was brought in to be able to authorize. It says 78 of the Act, 959 says that the minister shall, within 90 days upon the assumption of office of the special prosecutor, in consultation with the board, by a legislative instrument, make recommendation. So it lists a lot of matters in terms of directing how the special prosecutor acts in that office. Okay, from A all the way, but I want to reference you to K, which then would imply the authorization, which says that K says, provide generally for the effective implementation of the act. And the act, the objective of the act is to fight what? Corruption and corruption-related acts. Okay, so this is the act. Then with that 78, you go to the LI. And the LI then tells you, okay, it's headline, but in exercise of the power conferred on the minister responsible for justice by section 78 of the Office of Special Prosecutor Act 2017, these regulations are made this 23rd day of November 2018. You understand? So the action to authorize under 4 is being fulfilled. And all the conversation my brother referenced in what's called in his readings goes to confirm that there was this understanding. Now it only shows me how diligent they were in debating the matter. Yes, but after the debate was concluded, the necessary steps were taken. So any authorization is inherent in the LI. The LI effectively authorizes the AG. And so there is no other thing. And I read section 11 of the LI 2374, which is on decision to prosecute. This is the LI. Okay, says that the special prosecutor or an authorized officer shall, considering the fact and evidence gathered from an investigation, take a decision whether or not to prosecute. This is the Attorney General authorizing by the provision Parliament passed, they agreed and passed, give the power to the Attorney General to issue this document, LI 2473, to operationalize the office.
Authorizes him to take the decision to prosecute.
So the authorization is inherent here. So what is the debate about?
So from the constitution to a statute to an
let him conclude.
But you had a long time. Let me
No, I didn't have a long time.
I have a very long time.
No, you had finished.
You have spoken a lot about it.
It show you where it shows the authorization.
I just showed you.
You haven't showed me anything.
You see, and this is why.
Let him conclude.
The answer. Where is it?
Gentlemen, hold on.
Where is it?
He won't see. He won't see. So the point is that my brother.
You are alluding to something that is not there.
We just read the thing.
We crafted the legislation. It is not there.
If you crafted it, see, it doesn't mean we can't read it.
You are misreading the phrase.
My goodness.
You are misreading. Give me 1 minute to do it.
No.
What is this?
Okay, you give 1 minute. When they finish,
from your time.
Yeah, no problem.
See, give me 78. Give me.
Me, I'm here. You finish.
Listen, Alfred, this is how laws are made. The Constitution is the overall law of the land.
Yeah.
Now, constitutions are very broad, like you saw here. Okay? Any law, any person, statutes give expression to the Constitution.
Sure.
So they draw from the Constitution and have a law, a statute. In that law, it says that that OSP office shall be deemed to. That deemed to is not there. So I even made a post about it. But the shall there is present and continuous. Now, let me make a point. And every lawyer knows this. A cardinal rule of interpretation is that you avoid an interpretation that leads to absurd outcomes. Okay? Here is the absurd outcome in this. The purpose of the OSP is to prosecute independently of the AG.
Yeah.
Any interpretation of the law that leads to the outcome that OSP will prosecute with the supervision and authority is absurd. And it is a cardinal rule in interpretation, as that you don't give any interpretation that leads to an absurd outcome. Now, after the statute, pursuant to the Constitution, you have an ally. An ally gives effect, directions to a statute. Okay? And over here, it is written. Where is it?
Which one?
The 78 I wanted. Where it says that the OSP will make the decision.
Yeah, right here.
Yeah, good. No. I'm looking for the LI. There's a place where it says that
11.
That's
right. Revolution 11.
That's circled right there.
Okay, good.
He crafted
I'm
this,
rushing.
so he will tell you.
You see you.
Where
now, hold on. Listen to me.
This
LI is a legislative instrument. And I need to make this point for education purposes. I beg.
Right.
You have an executive instrument. An executive instrument is an act of the president. It dies with the president. When you have a legislative instrument, it is pursuant to a law. A law is binding on everyone. It doesn't die with the president or the person who passed it. This is a legislative instrument pursuant to an act passed by Parliament. So it is binding on the present AG and all future AGs. Now, you can change this by amending the statute.
Yeah.
All right? And this is what it says in 11. It says, the special prosecutor or an authorized officer, which means an officer authorized by the special prosecutor, shall, upon considering, that is the special prosecutor considering facts and evidence gathered from an investigation, he shall take a decision whether or not to prosecute. How is that difficult to understand? The special prosecutor shall take a decision. This is pursuant to the act, pursuant to the Constitution. Done.
So the point is very clear. If the objective remains that we fight corruption, all of these things don't matter. Because really, if the actions of the special prosecutor, subject to 88 and clause 4, where the powers of the Attorney General have been delegated, part of it have been delegated to the special prosecutor to independently prosecute. If that is not in debate, and the special prosecutor by his actions is not trying to supplant the office of the Attorney General or oust him, then there is no conflict at all. He should be allowed to prosecute his cases.
And the AG has collaborated with OSP in the Ken case.
Even in the Ken case. So really, where is this thing coming from?
Where is the problem?
Where is this? So my view is that the Supreme Court, who is now sitting on a matter in the review of this case before it with respect to the special prosecutor's power, whether or not it derives that from Attorney General, whether that should be removed and all of that stuff, should look at a functional interpretation of the law. And I think you said
prevent an absurdity.
Yes, and he said that to say that any interpretation that leads us to an end that doesn't contribute to the political objective of setting up that office is wrong. And so they should look at it. I don't see anywhere where the special prosecutor is impeding the work of the Attorney General.
They're actually collaborating.
He's actually helping. Because the Attorney General, we have heard, is overwhelmed. And President Mahama was talking in the oral case where they have to get some independent or private. I'm saying
idea of bringing in.
It's essential. The president doesn't speak in a vacuum. Perhaps there is evidence or there's plans already afoot to do something like that, which is well and good. But the point is that the Attorney General cannot do this alone. That is why the Constitution envisions and says that some of that powers could be given for others to do the job. Okay? If the the Attorney General feels that perhaps there's a case going on and they want to enter nullity process or whatever, it's still within his power, he can do that. But I'm saying that in enforcing the provision or the political decision to fight corruption, that must not be affected by these legal squabbles that people are engaged in. Because the laws that they have passed, and he's demonstrated, he was integral part of all these things. The objective is not to affect the Attorney General. The objective is to help Ghanaians fight corruption. That one must remain the cardinal point in all these conversations, so that we don't get into reading books and laws and all of that to lose
an
the
absurd
political
interpretation.
objective. That is why that office was created. And Ghanaians want corruption to be fought. And so if you make it about the law and injure that political objective of fighting corruption, what have you gained? What have you gained for the country? And so this whole business, my brother, you need to look beyond the laws and all of that and see the objective why the office was created.
Okay.
And Ghanaians will not forgive you if you get on this path of saying that you are going to, affect this office and the pursuit of fighting corruption. Ghanaians will not forgive you. And remember that your campaign in this country, some oral and all of these things that you talk about, now the time has come. But you, no. You see, Alfred,
Richard,
please.
Richard, I can do what you are doing. You have departed from the law and you are now talking something different.
I'm not sure that anybody made you a father of this program where you are telling people what to do.
No, I take
exception to what you're trying to do. So just hold on, please. You need to let him understand. Nobody made him a father of this program. So when he's talking, he must be mindful. I will withdraw. I will not. You can't do that.
Gentlemen.
No. Alfred, let him understand. I have indulged you.
Mr. Okansi.
Yeah.
What do you mean you have indulged?
I've indulged you. When I started speaking,
when I had my time, you interrupted.
I didn't interrupt you.
You interrupted. You were insisting that you wanted to speak.
You need to stop screaming. The point I am making to you is that
why you be uncouth?
Hold on.
On this program, we don't do that.
I know what you can do, but I'm just telling you. Just hold on, Alfred.
Please.
The point I am making, and I want to make for his awareness. This thing we are doing here, this is not a law court. This is not a law court. This is a political platform. So that point he made is uninformed to say that forget about politics, let's do law. This is not law.
So
this is not law.
On your point.
What I'm telling you is that politics sets the agenda. And what is the agenda in this case? To fight corruption. So you can't come here and be reading law books and make it make this issue about law. It's not law. The law is done in the court. So go to court and litigate that matter. But here on the political platform, we do politics. And the agenda that was set by the country, led by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, when a law, the United Nations Convention Against Corruption, passed in 2003 and became operational in 2005. When that law was passed, we needed to have created a body specialized to achieve that end. That body was eventually created in 2017. That body is what you are seeking to extinguish. And we are saying that that objective remains relevant. You cannot do anything to jeopardize the pursuit of the people of Ghana to fight corruption. By the way, when you were campaigning, you were saying that corruption was costing this country in billions a year. So we are engaged in fighting corruption, and you sit here and bring documents and you are trying to make it about law.
Hold on.
It is not law. If you want to do law, go to the court. Here is not the courtroom. Here is a political platform. So if you are not ready to talk about the politics of it, don't come here and be yelling at people and create impression. No, I've made my point. You're not
you're just repeating.
No, I'm not repeating myself.
So,
Alfred, listen.
I think you've established the point that you take it from the political perspective.
But that's what it ought to be. And this whole thing is talking about that we should let's do the law. That is
thank you very much.
I find that he is the one rather.
So
if
you
anybody
disagree.
has to withdraw anything, he ought to withdraw
disagree.
that.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Now,
he also takes it from a different perspective. Doesn't mean that that's wrong. Mr. Bento also took it from a different perspective. That's the view. Okay, that's the divergence that this platform also encourages. I'm going to go for this quick break. When I'm back, Nelson Ross and David, you have your take, and then Mr. Bento as well. But let me just remind you that the key point is proudly brought to you by Bank of Africa and also GASEM. Activate your dormant account with Bank of Africa. Enjoy our refreshed products and services, including our enhanced SME support facility, US dollar debit card, credit card, and more. You may also update your account at any Bank of Africa branch with your Ghana card. Kindly reach our call center on 0302 429 333, 0302 496 690, or chat Fafa at www.boaghana.com for support or inquiries. Bank of Africa, as strong as a group, as close as a partner. And GASEM, also giving us strong support on the key point, is the nation builder. Now also, the University of the Gold Coast, whether you are aiming for a specialist MBA in marketing, communications, operations and supply chain, human resource management, finance, entrepreneurship and innovation, or business intelligence or analytics, or you want to advance through our dual MBA or chartered MBA, that's manager MBA, University of the Gold Coast gives you options that match your vision. And if your next step is an MSc International Relations, Communications and International Marketing, International Law and Security and Diplomacy, Accounting and Finance or Human Resource Management, an LLM International Law, Security and Diplomacy, or an MA in Biblical Studies and Practical Theology, the pathway is open. April admissions are open. Apply today. Your dream deserves structure. Your future deserves strategy. And that's what University of the Gold Coast is giving you. Give them a call on these two numbers. Tell them you heard me talk about it on the key point, and then they would take care of you in a special way. 054 288 9045, 054 288 9045, or 0263 888 555, 0263 888 555. University of Gold Coast, building leaders for the nations. We'll be back shortly after this quick break. Stay with us.
In a world where love was found and hearts were broken, they came with hope, they left with memories. Some found love, others found lessons. But what happens when the story isn't over? This season, the stage reopens, not for a second chance, but for the truth. Secrets will be revealed, and emotions, they won't be hidden this time. In this reunion, closure is not guaranteed. Join us on Sunday, 26th April, 8 p.m. at TV3 premises, Studio B. Audience must be seated at 7 p.m.
Date Rush Season 15 shows every Sunday at 8 p.m. on TV3.
Brought to you by Enapa Foods, Heaven Insecticide Spray and Coil. Obuasi Bitters, Numna Wumwankasa.
Gold Board Jewelry.
My Life Insurance.
In a world where love was found and hearts were broken, they came with hope, they left with memories. Some found love, others found lessons. But what happens when the story isn't over? This season, the stage reopens, not for a second chance, but for the truth. Secrets will be revealed, and emotions, they won't be hidden this time. In this reunion, closure is not guaranteed. Join us on Sunday, 26th April, 8 p.m. at TV3 premises, Studio B. Audience must be seated at 7 p.m.
Date Rush Season 15 shows every Sunday at 8 p.m. on TV.
In a world where love was found and hearts were broken, they came with hope, they left with memories. Some found love, others found lessons. But what happens when the story isn't over? This season, the stage reopens, not for a second chance, but for the truth. Secrets will be revealed, and emotions, they won't be hidden this time. In this reunion, closure is not guaranteed. Join us on Sunday, 26th April, 8 p.m. at TV3 premises, Studio B. Audience must be seated at 7 p.m.
Date Rush Season 15 shows every Sunday at 8 p.m. on TV3.
Brought to you by Enapa Foods, Heaven Insecticide Spray and Coil.
Obuasibites, Numna Wumwangasa.
Gold Board Jewelry.
My Life Insurance.
Sim.
Welcome back to Key Point on TV3. We're live on the Voice of London radio in the heart of the City of London and Voice of London television as well. Professor Stephen Kweku-Asare, good morning. Thank you so much for the feedback, and also, in fact, he says he's been following the conversation. He says to Nelson Rossendafempo, shall be authorized is not the same as authorized, or it's not the same as is authorized. He says shall be authorized is not the same as is authorized. That's the, he just wanted to complement the point you're making. Is that everyone on this particular issue earlier, the position that you are taking? And does the airline itself, as it were, settle this matter so that we really didn't have to go on this path?
That's my view.
Council.
Okay. Now, you see, Richie says that the politics sets the tone and the law follows. But if you get the law wrong, there's nothing politics can do about it. They must follow the law. The intention was truly that to give the office a direct authorization. This debate, even at the committee level, we traveled. We were part of a team that we went to Canada. Others went to Kenya, others went to Malaysia, and then I think US or UK. The committee was divided into about 3 groups. We brought reports. When we came to the second reading, the policy debate, all this, but eventually, there's no way. You see, the constitutional framework is the ground norm. You can't do anything to depart from that. So when the leader of government business thought that we could do directly, even Speaker thought that if we don't do it directly, tomorrow they'll be asking, go around, all those things came up. But the House came to the realization that there's nothing you can do without recourse to 88.4. So we replicated 88.4 in section 4.2 of the law. Now, the suggestion that the LI also provided a direct authorization is inaccurate. The LI did not. The LI only provided general guidelines. That is why in the LI, the operational one, yes, the operational one, everywhere we've used authorization, even in Regulation 11 that you read, they say unauthorized officer. Unauthorized officer, unauthorized, you see, it's a derivative power. Once the Attorney General issues the authorization, the OSP himself and his officers, even the officers, you cannot sue moto, go and investigate a matter. You must be authorized by the OSP, qua OSP. Every action, you see, authorized officer, authorized officer. In section 81 of the law, which is the transitional provisions, this was all we did. 81.1, the Attorney General may, on the coming into force of this act, authorize the office of the special prosecutor.
So the authorization has been consistent?
Yes, consistently used throughout. Shall, may, let me take it again. May, on the coming into force of this, let me leave it because that's a modifier. The Attorney General may authorize the office of the special prosecutor to handle any investigation or prosecution in relation to corruption and corruption-related offense being handled by IOCO, being handled by the prosecutions division of the AG's own office, by public prosecutors appointed under Section 56 of the Act 30, and any other offenses and all those category of people. So we have been very particular because you see, he could have gone to court and said, no, the law that we passed is inconsistent with Article 88 and therefore it should be shut down. Then that effort would have been shut down.
So why did Parliament go ahead with it then?
Sorry?
Why did Parliament go ahead with all of these issues that came up during the debate to pass the bill?
But the law is to make the OSP request for authorization from the Attorney General. That has been the issue. You see, the fact that nobody raised it with Martin Amidu doesn't mean it cannot be raised. It's about which authority for instance, in the law, to come to my house and search my premises, which they are power to do, you must be authorized by the OSP as the figurehead, as an employee of the OSP's office. For you to come and search me, the law says OSP must authorize you. So if I wake up in the morning and come to my gate, you are an employee of the OSP, okay, you are welcome. We are here to search your premises. That's okay. But have you been unauthorized by the OSP? You should be able to produce an authorization from the OSP, qua OSP. That's how the law is. Everything, before you act, there's some form of authorization.
I see.
Now, if you check, we've used an authorized officer, authorization, every step of the way. Even the forms that are filled, it's an authorized officer,
So once authorized, can the AG withdraw the authorization or issue a
no, that is where we bring in the independence. You see, the Article 8 is a mandatory duty on the AG. It's a mandatory duty. It's not, the AG doesn't have a discretion.
So what instrument does he use? A letter, EI, LI, what?
No, it can just be a letter.
Just a letter?
Yes, just a letter.
Pursuant to this LI?
A letter of authorization.
Just a letter. So you see, because the authorization will be formal.
And if you authorize, you can withdraw. You know that?
No. Act 30 says in Section 56, we give we provide procedure where the AG will appoint public prosecutors. So we indicated that he could use EIs to do that. He won't come to Parliament. He will just issue the EI and indicate the category of people. We considered all that. But in this law, we are saying that the mandate under 88 is such that the Attorney General has no discretion to exercise.
So I want your record for clarity.
Yes.
So you mean all that has to be done is for AG to issue a letter saying,
yes,
and that once,
yes,
I beg you,
yes,
for the public,
yes,
that once he has issue that letter to OSP, he cannot withdraw it anymore.
He cannot withdraw. There's no reversal.
Yes. He cannot do a nolle prosequi. He cannot advise on a case that OSP is doing.
Now,
is that so?
Yes, because the OSP is independent. Once the authorization is given, you can't interfere.
What he's just said.
You see,
okay?
Yeah.
Honestly, that is not what I see. But if that is true, then that's what the LI did.
Yes.
But because the LI is strong. But if that is true, if you convince, wait.
Yeah.
Look, we are on public.
Yes, we are on public.
So the view that you don't then.
The LI is stronger than the letter. But I'm saying I'm prepared to concede.
Okay.
But he is the one saying so here. Trust me, I've heard other things from other places. Now, so if he's on record saying so, I am saying also here that to that extent I will concede. Tomorrow,
then he should issue a letter.
He should issue the letter. Because again, there is a national policy.
I agree.
Okay? There is no impediment in the way of the AG. The AG has collaborated and is working with them even on the Ken case and other cases. Given the policy, given the fact that as a country, this is where we want to go, the AG does not need to wait to be requested or asked or whatever.
Or wait
you should
for
issue the
the
letter.
Supreme Court to review.
So let me read.
Let the matter finish. Or wait for the Supreme Court to go
So
through it.
you know what? Let me say this. The AG can suo moto issue the authorization without prompting.
Thank you.
The OSP too can prompt the AG to issue the. Do you know why?
I agree. I agree with you.
If you read Article 88(2), the Attorney General shall discharge such other duties of a legal nature as may be referred or assigned to him by the President or imposed on him by this Constitution or any other law.
So the President can even tell him to issue it.
Thank you.
So Nelson, make a call now.
Thank you.
To resolve all the confusion in our courts and in the Supreme Court and the confusion in the minds of people, okay, as a matter of policy, as a matter to deal with this corruption thing, the AG should issue the letter Monday.
I have said it 3 days ago on Joy. I'm saying that to reduce all this, or to earn all this Ola Balu, I'll urge my Attorney General to proceed to issue the authorization.
I totally agree with you. Let's proceed on that.
Yes, because that's what the law says.
I mean, so this is all the matter.
That's what the law says. That's what the law says.
Not all your guys have this position.
No. I've said it already. Look,
you are
go ahead and issue the authorization.
That's it.
So that subsequently,
why are we stressing?
So now you agree.
The law, you see,
on this we agree because it cures the absurdity.
Yes, the law imposes the duty both ways. That upon request it will be issued,
or also,
but under Article 88
by the President.
Under Article 88, in fact, if anybody is ambitious, if anybody is ambitious, the person can proceed under 88(2).
So this is 88(2).
That is mandamus.
The Attorney General
shall
discharge such other duties of a legal nature as may be referred or assigned to him by the President or imposed on him by this
Constitution or any other law.
And the
OSP law says that the Attorney General shall authorize the OSP to initiate and prosecute cases.
No, I agree with this. This solves the problem.
This is what we did.
Okay, so
this is what, because that's the derivative power.
Okay, so you are saying that the LI does not meet that standard.
It's not sufficient.
You see, the LI is sufficient now.
It's not sufficient.
Because when you are given the authorization to proceed, when you investigate, you need to make decisions.
So you stop at the point.
And the LI says make
decisions. No. Before you prosecute, when the authorization comes to the office and you begin your work.
Not all investigations lead to prosecution.
Yes. So you make decisions. So the LI says to make that decisions, Regulation 11 says when you investigate, make the decision.
All right.
Made the decision.
To prosecute, you need authorization.
The authorization comes with everything.
Once authorization,
you see, that is what the suspect is in court saying. That once you can show me that the AG has given you go ahead.
So Kofi Asari of African Education Watch says
the matter is as simple as
that. Very simple.
Okay.
Honestly,
Kofi Asari, African Education Watch says the question is why hasn't the AG issued the authorization?
Yes. So we can ask that question.
Yes.
We can also ask why hasn't Kisi requested for the authorization?
Okay. Yes.
But I see your point.
It's a policy. Yes. That clause 2 puts a burden on the Attorney General.
Yes, I agree. Yes. So if anybody triggers 88(2), in a mandamus application,
he's obliged to do it.
Yes.
If the AG will not go and say the act itself was not constitutional, because that argument is being made.
Yes, but I told him that I disagree with him.
I agree.
I disagree with
you.
You
Have
let's round it
repaired
up.
the matter.
No.
Well, now.
You see, my issue.
But would they agree with you? That's
I
the
hope
point.
so.
Oh, but that's the law. You see, these things, when the law is straight, it's straight.
Okay.
I hope everybody thinks the way you think.
Look,
because this should be
my issue with the OSP. My issue with the OSP is that is guzzling money. We are not getting value for money.
What about Yoko?
Well, we can discuss it.
Yeah,
because look, my expectation is that as we speak, Kisi has just about 9 lawyers. They have a lot of administrative staffers, but the lawyers who do the prosecution, they're inadequate.
Okay. We have all of these reforms have to take place.
We have
that's a management
issue.
And it's separate from
no, but it's part of the value for money. We say open regional offices so that you can have your, like an octopus, you can have your presence in the region. You see, part of the OSP office is also to prevent.
Okay.
It's a deterrent factor.
Yes, when people know that you are very closer to them.
Right.
Look at the Auditor General reports. I said that is his folder. That is his primary folder.
It should go straight from Public Accounts Committee straight.
Prosecute the people. Yeah. So be in the regions, be in the districts, because that is where the leakages
takes place. Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
But you are
very much.
cocoon in the center.
Now,
far away from the people.
Convince the people about this. I'm with you.
Gentlemen, I have to give you something before we go.
It solves everything.
And so, on behalf of Bank of Africa, so there are a few gifts
I hope it's money
to you. I don't know what's in there, but Bank of Africa
if
says,
a fisherman is coming to give you a gift, it has to be fish.
Yes, thank you very much.
So it has to be what goes to the bank.
He's going to give you
Yes, it's for Martin Kibu as well. So thank you.
Please, let's disclose before they come and tell you they give you a bag of money.
Yes.
Food is lawyer.
There are a lot of things in there. Thank you very much. So Bank of Africa, thank you. Thank you. Roberto, thank you. Thank you.
In a world where love was found and hearts were broken, they came with hope, they left with memories. Some found love, others found lessons. But what happens when the story isn't over? This season, the stage reopens, not for a second chance, but for the truth. Secrets will be revealed, and emotions, they won't be hidden this time. In this reunion, closure is not guaranteed. Join us on Sunday, 26th April, 8 p.m. at TV3 premises, Studio B. Audience must be seated at 7 p.m.
Date Rush Season 15 shows every Sunday at 8 p.m. on TV3.
Brought to you by Enapa Foods, Heaven Insecticide Spray and Coil. Obuasi Bitters, Numna Wumwankasa.
Gold Board Jewelry.
My Life Insurance.
In a world where love was found and hearts were broken, they came with hope, they left with memories. Some found love, others found lessons. But what happens when the story isn't over? This season, the stage reopens, not for a second chance, but for the truth. Secrets will be revealed, and emotions, they won't be hidden this time. In this reunion, closure is not guaranteed. Join us on Sunday, 26th April.
After weeks of fun, laughter, and amazing performances, 5 incredible stars have made it to the grand finale of Parliamentary Season 17. Queen Dessa, the little queen with the golden voice that melts hearts every time she sings.
Now that I escape, sleep, walk her away. Those who can relate, no.
DJ Zen, the young master of the turntables, bringing beats that make everyone move and groove.
How many times did they write to me?
To Alicia, a powerful young voice using beautiful words to tell stories that touch our hearts.
The flash of mighty, the swing in my waist.
Eno the poet, bold, confident and full of wisdom, speaking truth and inspiration beyond these years.
But I still feel the weight of her absence.
Jasper Blue, full of energy and magic, lighten up the stage with jaw-dropping dance moves. These amazing kids have given it their all, and now it comes down to one unforgettable night. Join us at the National Theatre on April 26th at 3 p.m. Tickets are just 50 Ghana cedis, available at the TV3 premises. You can also vote by dialing *713*13# or download the MG Reality app to vote.
Talented Kids Season 17. Powered by Indomie. Tastes great.
Sponsored by Flora Tissues, Top Choco,
Gino Jollof Mix,
Didi Shito,
Fratelli Calipo,
Nero Prime Water,
Coco Plus, CTIW Foundation,
Kel Kids Toothpaste.
In a world full of noise, clarity matters. Stories shape us, ideas challenges. An honest dialogue moves us forward. This is a space for depth, where voices are heard and perspectives matter. Conversations with Dr. Abinanya Kwasumini, coming soon on TV3.
TV3, first in news.
After weeks of fun, laughter, and amazing performances, 5 incredible stars have made it to the grand finale of Talented Kids Season 17. Queen Dessa, the little queen with the golden voice that melts hearts every time she sings.
And now that I escape, sleep, walk her away. Those who can relate, no.
DJ Zim, the young master of the turntables, bringing beats that make everyone move and groove.
How many times did they write to me?
So what?
To Alicia, a powerful young voice using beautiful words to tell stories that touch our hearts.
The flash of mighty. The swing in my waist.
Eno the poet, bold, confident and full of wisdom, speaking truth and inspiration beyond these years.
But I still feel the weight of her absence.
Jasper Blue, full of energy and magic, lighten up the stage with jaw-dropping dance moves. These amazing kids have given it their all, and now it comes down to one unforgettable night. Join us at the National Theatre on April 26th at 3 p.m. Tickets are just 50 Ghana cedis, available at the TV3 premises. You can also vote by dialing *713*13# or download the MG Reality app to vote.
Talented Kids Season 17. Powered by Indomie. Tastes great.
Sponsored by Flora Tissues, Top Choco,